So is it based on like an actual BattleTech thing or something? Or
Yeah, it's a king
I don't remember what the king crab had. That's in a 100-tonner.
It's a 100-ton mech with autocannon and missiles.
The only things you fucking need.
Analyze. PCs, so I'm just saying, I'm just one of those kids. But Heat was always great. Hi.
Hi, everybody.
I was that kid in BattleTech that just loaded up with all of the fucking light lasers. Like,
Welcome
just every mountain point. Like, you just alpha strike everything down with a giant barrage of lasers. And then you usually overheat and you have to sit there for a second. Yeah. Okay, now I can kill something else again.
I had to stop playing after we started using a 100-ton mech who used a 10-ton mech as a weapon.
Yeah.
A melee weapon. And that 10-ton mech had a 1-ton mech. Or 1-tonner thing.
And the 1-tonner just carried around a dude.
No, it would point on ankles. It would swarm and just like get inside your guys and deal it.
Yeah.
It was weird.
It got silly after a while.
It did. And that's why we never use any more petroleum jelly. So welcome back, everybody.
Record scratch.
So, do we have anything that anybody wants to talk about before we get into anything? We don't have anything really going on or planned in the future, do we?
I mean,
I've been wondering about my purpose in life.
Well, that's fair.
Aren't we all?
Yeah,
42.
Yeah.
is that how many roads a man must walk down? Or
41.
he's almost there. So am I.
Well, then, last time we played,
Oh, there is.
Yep.
everyone almost died.
Twice.
Basically, the group followed the nimble right through the streets, found it sort of trying to hide in a bunch of garbage, and
As
then
Nimble Right
Poorly,
do.
I imagine.
huh?
Poorly, I imagine.
Not poorly, but not well enough.
Right. And then
I didn't see it.
it decided to turn and
Transformed
fight.
it, turned to a garbage can.
As it turned to fight, it then almost killed everybody. They managed to eventually take it down without any actual loss of life, mostly because Ariel sat in the back healing everybody as they went unconscious. And then, and by everybody, I mean it was really just TK and Yar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we got lectured by the City Watch again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because that's Waterdeep. That's what happens.
Yeah.
That's what happens to us, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
We're existing while adventuring.
Then we took it back to the temple.
So yeah, took it back to the temple. Found a map on the Nimble Right that was a map of a section of the City of the Dead, which you had actually been to while chasing it the night prior.
Yep.
Because you actually chased it through the night, like you did not.
We didn't
sleep.
stop.
Yeah.
Who needs sleep?
And then,
us.
so it was a map of a section of the City of Dead with an X on a mausoleum, the name Castle Lantern on it. That seems strange. So you guys were like, well, we should probably go back and investigate that, but we also need to frickin' rest because we almost just died.
Oh yeah, where's Sylvia throughout all of this?
Probably, I don't know,
Probably-
doing whatever,
Probably in the end.
doing what you do.
Practicing.
Sure. I don't know what you were practicing, but you were practicing.
Pan flute.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a bit of dancing.
And then
Names.
you guys decided that you guys got back to the tavern, to the inn, and
Got lectured by the City
got
Watch.
lectured by the City Watch. That basically, so before you began the chase, where the chase sort of began at the attempt of infiltration of what? Could we? At the attempted infiltration of House. What was their names again?
You tell me, man. I don't work here.
House Castleberry.
No, Castellana was the ones the crypt.
Dingleheimer.
Yeah, I think it was Dingleheimer Schmidt. In fact,
That's my name. No coincidence.
the Growlhund estate,
Yes,
the House Growlhund.
That's the one.
And they're trying to infiltrate House Growlhund to find the Nimble Right, actually. They failed to do so, and decided just to say fuck it and walk away. So, anyways, after they returned to the tavern, it turns out that while they were trying to infiltrate House Growland, there was interesting events happening within House Growland. The Zentarum apparently had kidnapped House Growland for a number of weeks and had them under sort of like a prisoners within their own home. And then the Lord Growland managed to sort of, not sure how, but the tale that the City Watch gave was that he managed to somehow escape his bonds and then rally the House Guards to sort of coup against the Zentarum. A bunch of people died in the house, but eventually the City Watch responded and they were all able to sort of rout the Zentarum.
And then implicate us.
Well, yeah, so due to them being seen, the party being seen by the stable boy, of course the stable boy ended up telling City Watch that he had seen the party trying to break in, and so the City Watch came to ask questions about that. City Watch is still sort of suspect of the party, but is at least at this point not ready to completely implicate and charge the party, with the exception of Arjen, who was arrested because, he choked out a 12-year-old boy.
Why?
Because it was the stable boy, and he's trying to knock the kid out, so he strangled him.
42, that's why.
Yeah. So, however, Arjun failed to actually strangle him and knock him out, so really he just choked a little kid.
If you gotta go all the way.
Mm-hmm. It's like when if you have a home intruder, you don't, if you shoot them, you gotta make sure they're dead, because if they get up and run off, now you've committed a crime. You've assaulted somebody. But if they're dead, it was self-defense, and you're good. It's the same idea. No, it is how it works. Yeah,
verboten law.
Unless you kill them, then it wasn't self-defense.
That's not how it's written, but that's how it works.
Yeah.
You have to kill them in order for it to be self-defense.
It can still be self-defense, technically, but
Man, can you turn that off,
typically, if you shoot them and they're able to run away, then usually it's considered to be excessive force, because if they were able to get up and run off, then you probably didn't need to shoot them to begin with.
Well, they're gonna... So the cops will show up and they'll ask everybody for their side of the story. If they're dead, they don't talk.
That's true, yeah.
Anyway. We have a necromancer on staff.
That's right.
Yes.
That's where I come in.
Oh no!
Law
and Order, Dead Victims Unit. Dun dun! Coming soon, Hypothetical Heroes.
Call him necromancer. Shit.
I can make a campaign around that.
Love this.
No. Okay.
So, anyways, they talk to the city guard. They arrest Arjun, so Arjun's now in jail. And
That's why he's not here.
Yeah,
partly.
It's just partially.
Yeah.
And then the group decides that they, instead of heading to the City of the Dead immediately, that they were sort of concerned about the serial killer on the loose in the Dock District who's been cutting off the heads of elves. And so they went to go investigate that. They managed to find the individual, who was a drow elf. And the drow elf then managed to almost kill everybody. I mean, literally, the only person standing at the end was TK, and he had like 15 hit points or something left.
MVP.
But they managed to drop him and got a few magical items off of him.
Yes.
Which haven't been identified yet, I don't think.
I don't know anything about the gun.
Well, the gun's not
It's not magical, but he's like looking down the barrel going, how does this work?
Yeah. The drow was a gunslinger, so he had a pistol that Yar decided to take off of him. And
Would TK know how that works?
then they went home and they were like, oh my god, that was a really bad fucking day. we're going to go to sleep, and then I guess maybe the next day, which was not going to be today, they're going to go check on the City of the Dead. So, we awake the next morning, everyone's fully rested, maybe still a little bruised from the previous day, but generally feeling okay.
Was there a reward for the elf killer?
Was there a reward?
Or wasn't it somebody's quest or something?
No.
The funny thing is, like,
Or
you could call him the elf killer, and it's true either way you interpret it. Like, he's
true.
either an elf who is a killer or a killer of elves.
All true, yeah.
It
He's actually an
wasn't.
elf killer.
It wasn't.
It wasn't necessarily that we were sent,
Word per
but
se, but
when
we were talking
I
to
was-
Zentarum about that.
when I was at a bar, I was listening for rumors, and I heard about this dude's friend who was killed by the elf killer. So that's how it came about.
Well, we were also kind of sent by a dude from
The Zentarum.
maybe the Zentarum.
Yeah. As far you think
Investigate.
maybe he was a part of the Zentarum. You were informed he could have been.
Yes. But speaking of which, I need to check behind the barrel to see if my letter is gone and if a reply has arrived.
Your letter is gone. And there is a letter.
Okay.
Basically what it says is, due to the events at the Growlin Estate, the City Watch has ramped up its sort of, I guess, investigations against the Zentarum, and all known Zentarum agents are being rounded up, and any suspect Zentarum agents are being rounded up and arrested, and then questioned and everything else, and that you may want to keep your head low in terms of your, like, this particular mission, because if you get sort of seen by the City Watch talking to the Zentarum, you know, working with them in any capacity,
I may get arrested.
yeah. And
Who hasn't? Come on.
they can, and because of the nature of the mission, like, the Lord's Alliance can't exactly, like,
Intervene.
right.
Right.
So, basically just, it doesn't necessarily tell for you to, like, call it off, but it also is sort of like, you know.
Chill out, basically.
Got it. Okay.
Anybody? So yeah, you guys get up in the morning. Like I said, Ariel had done some grocery shopping, so the tavern is full of food and drink again. So you guys can make some breakfast, do whatever else, and decide what you all want to do for the day.
No idea.
I assume I was there last session. I was just back at the tavern resting.
So yeah, you and Arjen, because you guys were both at house and kind of started on the chase. When they got to the City
By
of the
the way,
Dead,
I am not arguing.
no, you're not Arjen. The Nimblewright had jumped over the wall into the City of the Dead, and the party had tried to scale the wall to go in after it. And
I do not attack.
the Nimblewright had placed a exploding glyph on the other side of the wall that when somebody got too close, it blew up. Wow. And the wall kind of toppled and fell on you and Arjen. And you guys basically, like,
Characters now.
got hurt, and you told them to just go after it.
Right.
Call it.
And so they ran off and continued the chase. You guys ended up, like, pretty much pulling yourself out of the rubble and just hobbling yourself back to the tavern and resting. Then Arjen got arrested, and you've just kind of been, like, pretty much just resting, you know, since you had a wall fall on you.
Yeah. I like that.
So yeah, anybody else have anything they want to do in the morning? Have any
I do wanna-
suggestions? Okay.
Just like, how the hell does this
Make
work?
an intelligence check.
Oh boy.
Wanna Silas wants to check in with Force
That's
Gray.
16.
See if, or the Black Staff Tower.
16?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh.
You managed to not have it go off in your face.
That's a great idea. I like that idea.
It's a pretty simple mechanism.
It's like a powder. You pour the packet in there.
Well, so it's kind of an all-in-one packet. So it's basically like the ammunition and the black powder are all sort of in a single packet. You put into the packet in, and then it's got a mechanism. It's sort of like a modern day revolver. Except there's no revolving chamber, and so it has like a hammer that slams against the black powder, which causes it to fire. So the reloading is fairly simple. You understand how it works for the most part. You think you can use it, but again, you're not proficient with it.
I'm not going to get proficiency bonus.
So you're not going to get your proficiency bonus when using it.
That's fine.
But you have a general understanding of how
eventually I'll figure it out.
Yeah. If you want to take a feat next level to do so,
I'll do that.
you can do that.
Also, we should probably check in with the Temple of Gond or whoever it is at some point today.
I'm going to ask TK, since Arjun, his name was, I think, has been arrested. I should probably report into the Gauntlet, but since I was not there, I would like somebody to come with me who had a first-hand account.
I'm busy.
Well,
Okay.
we weren't here when he was arrested. We showed up after he was taken away.
No, he showed up as he was
As he was taken
yeah.
away, right?
Yeah.
And we know what he was taken away from. We don't know.
I'm like, by the way, you got arrested.
So you're heading to Force Gray to go check in.
Black Staff Tower, just to see if there's any assignments that I can take.
Sure. It takes you a little bit of time to get there.
Right.
Is
Castle Ward, I think.
Yeah. Is anybody doing anything else? Well, you said you're going to the Gauntlet to
Yeah,
check in with them.
I would like it if somebody could join me.
TK is sharpening his blade and oiling his joints. He's preparing for war. It's time to do this.
Okay, after I make breakfast, I want to check on these black spiderweb boots. Or black boots with spiderweb lacing on them.
Okay. You don't have the identify spell, do you?
I do not. It's a ritual, but I don't have it.
Well, it's
Yeah, it's no.
all right. Make an Arcana check.
Oh, okay. Well, that won't work. Oh, well, 16.
Okay. You don't know exactly how they work. It'll probably take some time for you to figure out exactly what they do or how they function. But you kind of like put them on, and you're kind of just trying to test them and do some stuff because you don't have any way.
No place at home. There's no place at home. I'm already home though.
You feel like while you're wearing them that you're more light on your feet. You feel like
It feels like walking across a movie theater floor.
no, that would be that'd be much less light on your feet. That would be stuck to the ground.
There's spider webs on.
Oh yeah, well that's just because
it's drow.
it's drow design. It's not. Yeah.
I was thinking boots of spider climb.
No, they're not
Do you
that.
have like spider sense or like wavy lines coming out of your head, like stinks or something?
Throw something at me.
They're actually visible. Like, what's going on?
Nope.
So hold on. Where's
But we know the guy flies.
what?
We saw the drow flying away.
Well,
flying away.
No, he
I don't think you're embellishing the story.
He did
was
lift
nimble as shit.
He did lift up off the ground and float up to
Yeah,
the
but
room.
he cast a spell to do that.
Yes, he cast a spell.
Okay. I don't know that. He could have clicked his boots.
I mean, this feels like one of
There
those
was no
Crouching
boot
Tiger
clicking.
Hidden stories.
I don't know
No,
if
boot clicking.
D&D isn't the same way, but at least in the Dark Elf Trilogy series, levitation was just something they kind of did.
Spell-like ability.
Yeah.
So
They're boots of Scootin' and Boolean.
So while you're wearing them, you
walking.
feel super light on your feet. You feel like you feel extra, sort of extra nimble, and you.
Bimbly.
The shoes from the sound.
Nimbly. And you
acrobatics
feel like a little bit like you might be able to sneak around a bit better, but
Considering I can't at all now,
Well, maybe it'd help you.
I haven't determined if they should be on me or someone else.
That's up for you.
True or not? No, it's not.
Yeah, well, you got
Well,
the item.
I mean, what did you didn't get anything out of the fight, right?
I got my ass kicked.
Yeah.
I got an
That's
ass kicking
something.
out of
Did
the
you get
fight.
any? We didn't get any
How
gold
was
reward
somebody
for
else?
catching the guys.
No, but I mean,
you also haven't gone to the magistrate
Oh.
yet since you.
Mhm.
I mean, the city guard don't carry
Are
around
there any bounties on
reward
it?
money for.
don't know.
I don't know.
They're
Isn't that
they're
kinda
definitely.
DK
You might not have the poster on you because you haven't gone and picked up any in a while, but
Right.
there was definitely a bounty. You know, he's a fucking serial killer. There's a fucking bounty on that.
Then we should have a money.
I don't have
at
any
least.
proof that we killed him, though.
City Watch.
Oh, see, I mean, yeah, the City Watch probably has a report that you guys were
We
there.
beat the hell out of
We
them.
can ask about it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I definitely want to check that out because I mean, if there's
But,
anything.
you also have his gun.
Yeah,
It's true.
yeah. I
and a
guess.
cloak. Do you have a cloak?
I guess we can do that first. Or somebody can do that first.
We all do it.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
You already
first,
figured it
it takes you a little bit of time, Silas, but you eventually get to Force Gray, the Blackstaff Tower. You walk in, everything's sort of pretty normal. People say hi to you. It seems like some of these people are sort of like, oh, hey, Silas, whatever. Like, you don't recognize any people. It seems like your name is kind of starting to be known amongst the Force Gray, sort of, at least the lower end people. Yeah, you're just sort of like, who are these people?
Oh man, I
Okay.
hated
Sure.
that. Things acting like that.
And eventually you go in, you see Vajra Safar, who you've spoken to previously.
Oh, I get to see her.
Huh?
Not her annoying assistant.
Yeah, no, well, you have to go through him at the
Right.
thing to get to, but he's sort of like, he recognizes you and, he asks, what you're here for or whatever, and you say you're looking for, see if there's anything that the Force Gray needs work on, and he says that it's kind of like, actually, well, the mistress did say that she wanted to speak to you next you return, so I guess I can call her down. Give me a minute.
I would really appreciate it.
He walks off and he kind of walks up some stairs up the tower, and when he returns, Vajra is with him, and she's sort of she sees you and smiles. She's like, "Good to see you return. I'm glad you're doing well. I was hoping you would come in. I do have some interesting information I'd like followed up on.
Yes, ma'am.
A young bronze dragon has taken up residence in the harbor, Deepwater Harbor. It startled a few sailors that were coming in, but hasn't hurt anyone as of yet. But it's obviously a little disconcerting to have a dragon hanging out in the harbor.
I don't know if my character would know this, but I happen to know a lot about bronze dragons.
Okay, well, you're not there,
I
so
know,
it
I'm just
doesn't quite
making a
matter yet.
comment.
And she's like, just maybe go. I mean, bronze dragons are typically known to be friendly as dragons go, anyways. Maybe just go see if you can find out its intentions.
It's probably just curious. But, and there's probably I'm sure there's many ships that have gone down in that area.
That is true, yeah.
Could have made its lair down there somewhere. And then
Well, that's still.
I know, disconcerting. I understand. I will get right to it, or get right on it.
Yeah, as soon as you have any information, just report back. Let me know what's going on.
And then I bow politely and take my leave.
She nods and heads back upstairs. Okay.
Cool.
So far, no one has volunteered to go with you to see the gauntlet. Are you going to go by yourself, or are you gonna?
I'm like one more round through everybody I haven't asked yet, and if everybody still says no, then I will go on my own.
And we're going to go see the magistrate.
I'm going to see the magistrate.
And you're not there yet, so okay. I guess I'm going on my own.
You don't.
Magistrate.
Okay.
Magistrate.
You guys will get to the magistrate before she gets to the gauntlet. So, TK, are you going with them to the magistrate as well?
I guess, but let's make this quick.
Okay.
We're beyond that.
You got someplace else to be?
You
City
go.
of the Dead.
There's a magistrate nearby in the North Ward, not too far from. There's generally magistrates in each ward, you know, in each area for ease. There's not one too far from Troll Skull. So you head in there to speak to the local magistrate. Granted, obviously the fight, all of it happened in the dock ward. If you want to go all the way to the dock ward, it'll take you longer to get there. But generally speaking, most of the magistrates all sort of are abreast of whatever's happening in the city. So
I mean, this was big news, so it's
yeah.
probably-
Yeah.
Most likely.
Just check it out close to home.
When you guys get in there, it takes some time. You have to sort of like, kind of like the DMV. There's other people sort of looking
Now
to
serving.
talk to the magistrate as well. You guys gotta wait around for your turn. Eventually, you are called into the magistrate's office,
Then quick is an option.
and it's an older gentleman's bespectacled, sort of tufts of white hair, and he's just he's a bit overweight. Obviously, had a desk job for a long time. Doesn't move around much.
My people.
And he's just like, what brings you in here today?
I think we'd be looking at seeing if there was any bounties or rewards on the elf killer that was caught in the dock district, since we were helping the city guard catch him, take him down.
So you're telling me that you lot were the ones that brought down that drow that was brought in the other night?
Oh yeah, it was trying to kill me and kill my friend the other night too.
And what are your names? And he starts rummaging through some paperwork.
Yancy Antonio Roberts.
He's like, okay. And looks over at Ariel.
I'm Ariel.
Yars his initials.
You have a,
My new last name is Lifegiver, Ariel Lifegiver.
I get it.
your new life. Okay.
Well, I used to be Stormbringer, but I didn't like bringing the storm anymore, so I'm bringing life.
He just kind of.
I ran out of all storm to bring. I brought all of it.
Is that which one would have been the name you would have given the
Ariel. Lifegiver.
Okay. Yes. And he looks at TK.
TK421.
Yes, TK. You magistrates are well aware of the work you've done for the city, collecting bounties. Of course. Well, it does appear the City Watch had in their report some individuals of your description, and the names match as well. Do you have any other proof of your deed?
Well, he was dead.
No.
He picked up a sweet scar.
Yeah, it's right here. See.
That's
Here.
and then the bullet
but this
hole.
is-
See the bullet hole? Or another bullet hole here?
That's his
Then I
belly
have a
button.
bullet hole here, right in the center of my chest.
I'm not sure
Let's
that
see.
constitutes proof exactly. But, madam!
He shot me dead, like, it was like really hurt.
You seem to have recovered quite well.
Well, I am a healer.
Lifebringer.
Lifebringer. Giver.
He says, well, here's what I can do.
Oh, and I
Because-
got these nifty boots off him too, see?
Oh god. Oh god, my face.
Yeah,
Don't hurt
spiderweb
yourself.
now.
Because you don't have any, what we would consider concrete proof of your
Alright.
involvement.
What would be
But again, you are mentioned in the report here. So here's what I can do. I can give you half of the bounty reward today, and we will hold on to the other half, basically to see if any other individuals step forward to claim the bounty.
What would you consider proof?
We didn't chop his head off or anything. I mean, we thought that would be inappropriate.
Right. Did you get anything from the city guard saying that?
Oh no, they didn't give us a receipt or anything like that. We didn't valet our dead, our kills.
No.
Right. So.
Note to self.
No. What was the name of the guard? I didn't get that. Did you get that, TK?
It just shouldn't be a problem. It's just
Okay.
all we need to do is wait and see if anybody else comes forward with the bounty, and then as long as nobody else does, then we can deliver to you the second payment.
We're just glad
Otherwise,
he's
if
off the
there's
streets.
of course, as are we. It was a terrible situation. If somebody else does come to dispute the bounty, then we'll call you in and we'll review the situation. You know, if your claims are true, I'm sure that you'll have no problem disputing the other claim. So, he sort of goes over to his safe, sort of gets up, hobbles over to a safe and turns dial and opens it up, pulls out a sack of gold coins and closes the safe back up and sort of waddles back over to his desk, and as he sits down, places the sack of coins. And he says, "That should do for now. And if no other claims come in the next fortnight, we'll deliver the other half to your place of residence. Let me jot down."
Troll Skull Manor. It's on Troll Skull Avenue, next to Troll Skull
High school.
High School.
And the Troll School Board.
From the New Hampshire Troll School. Yes, yeah, we're
So, anyways, he jots it all down. He's like, "We will be in touch." And he sort of motions. He doesn't really get up. He just kind of motions towards the door.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we take it. I don't know. I'm not going to open it up and take a look and right in front of
You
him.
should tell by the way.
I'm a pirate. I take hold chests.
Oh, okay.
I have not started worshiping the cleric of Bennu yet.
No.
That's like one of their special abilities.
That's right. You can determine the value of something simply by holding
I
it.
wait.
Yeah, by weight and by clink.
All right, so we give him our information. Take what we got.
Okay.
I'm gonna update my database of wrongdoers
It's a good idea.
while we're here.
So you're gonna get any new bounties that are on the? All right,
Refresh
yeah,
the
sure.
list.
There's a number of bounties. You also see he kind of gives you some of the bounties that you had in hand already have already been claimed, and things like that. So you kind of get rid of some of those and pick up new ones.
So how much is it?
It's 500 gold.
Okay. Split 3 ways.
Oh, you got a pistol and you got boots.
I mean, he does.
Split 2.5 ways. Is there a robot? I don't need gold.
Oh.
That is
You step into Star Wars all of a sudden?
That.
I think I should get the gold and you guys get your pistol.
I think.
and your
I mean,
boots.
I wouldn't be
I
against
think
that
that the
either.
gold should go towards the inn.
I think we should put it in a communal bank for the inn.
I think.
I think
get
next
Elias.
time I'll leave you both dead.
I think. You should get legendary gold.
You can have the boots.
Arsh.
You can have the gold. Robot's going dark. Don't get the deal.
Clankety clank.
A robot in elven boots.
Clankety clank.
How would that even?
Dark Elven.
Delvin?
Are you gonna give him the boots, or are you keeping them?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what they do first and
Are
see
you
who they would
sneaky at
work
all?
out.
Well,
with
you
best.
didn't really roll very well on the Arcana check, so you're not entirely sure.
Okay, I'll just keep wearing them until I figure out what they do.
Okay.
Alright, well, we'll go back. We're done. Is the
Half the
Emerald
gold.
Enclave anywhere near
Half the
here?
gold. I'll take half the gold.
Okay.
Half gold, yeah.
All right. You eventually get to the gauntlet. You kind of are let inside the walls of the fort. There's
Okay, we split that in.
there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of activity here. It's fairly quiet.
Yeah.
You see people walking around, chit chatting, whatnot, and you go inside.
300 from last time.
You meet up with Savra Bellabranta, who you've spoken to previously. She greets you warmly. Just sort of, you've returned. Is there any information you have for us?
Well, I just wanted to update you on some events. Fortunately, I don't know how well I'll be able to do that. I was not present. I tried to get one of my companions to come along with me, but they all had other, that and charisma. I'm not good at this.
Pressing matters. I understand.
Yes,
I understand.
thank you. I'm not sure if you were aware, but my companion Arjun was arrested.
We have gotten word, yes.
As I said, don't have full knowledge of the situation that led up to that. But I do know that they had defeated the serial killer down at the Dog District.
Arjun did.
Well, the group in general.
I was unaware that you were a part of some group. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, I've discussed some of them before, with last mission you all sent us on.
The last thing I sent Arjun on was he was investigating the return of a notorious thief named the Black Viper.
Sorry, I'm a little not up to date myself, I suppose. I was referring to the issues with the rivaling gangs.
Yes.
So yeah, I basically just try to update her the best I can on events.
Okay. She thanks you for the update. She lets you know she's been informed by the City Watch that Arjun was arrested. She does not seem very pleased at all about the circumstances surrounding it. And then she lets you know that Arjun was on a mission to investigate the Black Viper, like she said. Basically, that the Black Viper was a once notorious thief within Waterdeep who disappeared for a number of years and seems to have made a return, and has robbed at least a dozen noble estates. And that the Waterdeep Wazoo, a local paper, has been sort of putting out information. It seems as though the publisher has some sort of inside information on the events because he seems to be putting stuff in the paper about these thefts and the Black Viper and stuff like that. So Arjun had gone to speak to the Wazoo about where they get their information from and try to follow any leads from there. But she had not heard from Arjun about it before he was arrested. So
yeah, and I feel like I'm doing this a lot, but I apologize for his actions. He did not think them through fully, I believe.
He seemed to be we'll say, just headstrong individual, yes.
Instinctive, I would call him. I will try to maintain order as much as possible, and inform you of any updates.
That would be appreciated. She's like, if there's anything else that the Gauntlet can do, any provisions or anything that you might need.
Did we figure things out about that robot? Like, is that settled?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think of anything else that we might need knowledge of that they might know.
We're not there.
I mean, I would know this stuff. It's just I, out of character, am kind of unaware of what's been happening.
Well, I mean, your character may not be aware. She may have been off doing other things while the party's been doing stuff. Yeah. Everything has moved very quickly, especially in the last couple days.
That's fair.
So.
I asked for any information she might be able to give me on the City of the Dead, since it seems that's where we're going next.
Large graveyard district on the west side of town, just south of the North Ward. It's generally where all of Waterdeep's citizens who have passed are buried, at least so long as their families have the coin to have them buried.
Stay buried there.
Is there any way that I could get a map of the crypt in case it could come in handy?
Well, there's many crypts. The crypts are all owned by different houses and families, mostly nobles.
Do we know which crypt in particular we need to go to?
The map said Castle Lantern on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Castle Lantern.
I give the name.
We wouldn't have a map of a noble's crypt. That's pretty
Cryptic.
that's private information. But
I understand.
I mean, we might be able to, if we have good reason, we might be able to speak to the local magistrate. I'm sure that there are plans with the city that had to be filed for its construction, but it's not something that the order would have on hand. Why do you need to go into House Castler's crypt? That
Following
seems-
up on something that happened, did anybody tell you about the fireball outside our tavern?
There was some noise about it. I didn't realize that it happened outside of your establishment, but
Well,
I knew that there was something that happened a week or so ago.
Well, we followed up on that, trying to figure out what caused it and all, and we found a map on whatever it was called, something right?
Nimblewright.
Yeah, Nimblewright. That was involved, and it showed the graveyard with an X on this crypt. So we're investigating.
Well, I would be careful. House Castellana is a very powerful noble house.
Yeah.
Very beloved by the citizens. I'm not sure what reason the Nimblewright would have for having anything to do with their crypt, but know that while access to the City of the Dead itself is generally open to the public for visiting loved ones and family, the crypts themselves are generally not open to the public, especially those owned by powerful families of Waterdeep. So,
Where are we at?
I would caution you in any activity in terms of entering the crypt. If you think there's something out of order that needs to be addressed, maybe maybe allowing the City Watch a chance to investigate would be more of an opportunity to go through proper channels.
We in the City Watch don't tend to get along, it seems.
Well, that is unfortunate,
I
but
understand what you're trying to say. Honestly, I think that we're all in agreement that when there's something dangerous happening, sometimes you just need to go in.
I would agree if it's in the moment and you don't have the opportunity to alert the City Watch, but I mean, if you're here talking to me about it, there's obviously not a huge urgency, and you have an opportunity to follow the law as opposed to rushing in head first.
Speak to them, or I'll do my best to speak to them after this. I do want to do things properly, but all of us have our own ways of addressing things, and so
the order exists to protect the people but not disrupt the order of civilization.
I understand that.
Others should always come first, and if you know that there's somebody's life in danger or potential nefarious deeds at hand and you have an opportunity to do something, the Order absolutely believes that it is each individual's obligation to do so. But the city of Waterdeep has rules, and those rules are what help the city of Waterdeep thrive. And just disregarding those rules willy-nilly...
I don't plan to simply disregard them. I do my best to consider everything in the situation. I'll speak to them before we go there and let them know what's happening, but that we plan on investigating.
Okay.
I believe that's all I have to update. Yeah, we'll try to be careful.
Please, I hope you return safely.
Screws me.
So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and leave and speak with wherever I have to go to do things properly.
Probably a magistrate's office.
Yeah.
Alright, while you head there...
People are already there.
Well, she's in a different ward at this point.
Yeah.
So you guys, Silas, was there anywhere you were going after Force Grey?
Probably to immediately investigate the bronze dragon.
By yourself?
Oh, you're just heading to the harbor by yourself?
Yeah, have a little chat.
Okay.
Oh no.
Dragons are color-coded for your convenience.
That's true.
Bronze dragons are typically understanding and
Not
friendly.
they're third place things. Place third.
Top ones,
I don't like being
chromatic
placed
ones, no.
So, alright, you start heading towards the harbor. Were you guys doing anything after the magistrate's office? You're going to the Temple of Gond? Is that where you're heading next?
I figure someone should.
Should we
Are all of you going, or just
y'all
y'all?
go to the
Fine, but let's make this quick.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Such a new phrase.
Alright, so you guys get to the Temple of Gond.
City Watch.
After, it takes probably... Well, are you spending a few copper to get there quickly?
Fine, yes.
Alright,
We're gonna
12
do that.
copper.
We're gonna do that. 12
Well,
copper.
actually, make it 10 copper.
10 copper.
and even silver.
Alright.
And
none of you use my name again.
are you paying? Are you
What
walking
does
to the harbor? Or are you
Antonio?
paying?
I'll pay for a transport. How?
All right, it's gonna be a lot
I said
further
fancy.
for you, all the way to the harbor. So you're probably looking at probably 16, 17 copper.
Okay.
And then, all right, you guys get to the Temple of Gond.
Got to change for a dragon.
Yeah, you can make change for you. That's fine. He seemed a little annoyed to have to do it. But
Excuse me,
he can do it. So you guys get to the Temple of Gond. You go inside.
Yep.
So as I've described before, the place is sort of like half temple, half museum,
Yeah.
with various inventions and doodads on display and
Yep.
stuff like that. Are you looking for
The priestess
the
that
priestess, the
we turned,
dragonborn that
yeah,
you guys
the
have
one we
spoken to in
turned
the past?
number right into.
Yeah.
Just checking in with her to see if they
Valletta.
got any kind of information from it.
Okay. She's still working on repairing it.
Alright.
It's not
it
even-
hasn't even been a day out.
No, it hasn't even been a full
Oh,
day.
okay.
She's sort of just like, well,
Alright.
we
were in this
work,
town area,
but
so.
it's as I said before, it's gonna take maybe a week. So
Alright.
I'm sorry, but these are delicate matters, and there's a considerable
There's no way
amount
just to
of
turn it off and on
damage
again.
here. So
Alright. Okay. Alright.
Well, if any of TK's parts will help, we will gladly donate them.
No.
I was waiting for that.
As with her parts.
she just
And you're
she just sort of chuckles. She's like, no, of course, that's not going to be necessary. We have all the tools necessary here. I have Nim helping me since he originally constructed this particular Nimblewright.
All right.
And we might be able to get it done quicker, but I don't want to set any undue expectations. So
Fair enough, Your Honor.
she just gives you an odd look, like, okay. You know I'm not a judge, right?
I don't know what to call you, Your Excellency.
Valletta's fine.
All right.
Does the temple have any prototype shields?
Prototype shields.
That's pretty cool looking.
I don't know that we have. What exactly are you thinking of?
I'm looking at the Shield of Missile Attraction, which is a cursed shield somebody should be happy to be rid of, but I might find useful.
It doesn't. But I don't know if they attract directly to the shield. What's the item say it does?
They do. If anybody's the target of a ranged attack within 10 feet of you, it comes to me instead.
Oh.
That's kind of cool.
Well, for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It also gives me resistance to any ranged attack.
That's nice.
OP.
Not really.
What's the rarity on it?
It's rare, but it is cursed.
Sure.
So if anybody has one,
Sure. No, she doesn't have that.
okay. If
she
she has
does-
any other shield, I'd be interested.
She does say that she might have something that she thinks you might be interested in, but she's gonna have to make some modifications for your particular
Anatomy.
anatomy. If you wanted to maybe return tomorrow, she could
1 week.
have it ready. She could
I'll
give
return when I can.
she could give it to you now, but it might not. It wouldn't be as nice. She just sort of smiles.
I'll return when I can.
Okay. She says, here, yeah. In the meantime, take this. And she just sort of hands you a metal shield, just
Okay.
standard.
Regular shield.
Yeah.
Right.
Nothing special about it at all. It's just you've got. It's barely even a shield. It's literally just like it's some round.
It's a serving tray that you found, you know.
It's like some metal. It looks like metal scrap that's been sort of like, like hammered and rounded on the edges, so it's not like sharp. And then there's some like leather straps that have been like bolted into it, and that's basically all it is.
It's a sheet of lead. So you
It
can
looks
print
like a base of something that they might use that to then construct something further with it. And she's just like, well, you can take this for now.
Okay.
It serves as a standard, large shield.
On the way back, I'd like to stop and pick up like a longsword or something.
Okay.
Something I could use with the
Yeah.
shield.
Not
I
just
think
your
they're
own.
what, like 8 gold or
You
something?
know,
Something like that?
I'll do the thing. If it's a thing I can do, I'll take care of it.
Okay.
You could easily buy a standard longsword without issue.
Are we closer to the Emerald Enclave now?
Yeah, you'd be close to the Emerald Enclave at this point.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
I just really want to pop in real fast. I haven't been there since I did the
Fine, but
Scarecrow
make
thing.
it quick.
You could come home.
I think he's on repeat.
I think he's got something to do.
Somebody blow on him.
TK, turn off loop mode.
Alright, before we do that,
How much change was that?
what, you would have gotten back...
no, like change, like the currency thing.
It's
Like
100.
April.
Right. So it was, what, 16 copper, so just over 1.5 silvers, he would have gotten back 8 silver, 4 copper? Right?
Yeah, 84.
Yeah, 84 copper, however you wanted it.
Repeating, of course.
Repeating, of course.
All right, you get dropped off at the dock district by the harbor. There's a number of ships pulled into the harbor. There are you don't see a dragon floating around.
There's any like dock workers or sailors walking around?
Oh yeah, tons.
I'll stop. I'll politely like ask one. Excuse me, sir or ma'am. How are you?
Sir and or madam.
Sure. First, make an investigation check.
Okay.
Let's see if we can-
Investigation.
Where's the map?
What is
that I
it?
have?
18.
18?
It's
Nice.
in the drawer, I think.
In the drawer.
Is it in the drawer or is it over there?
What drawer? Oh, you mean this drawer?
Or maybe it's under that dice.
I don't know if we have a bonus sword in there, but we use the one.
Check the dice.
The dice.
What are those dice right there?
Some bronze or gold. Looks like gold.
Anyways. Alright.
Under the container full of dice
Wondering if
and
we have
pins.
some.
Right there.
Oh, silver
No, I
too.
don't
So
see
these? No. I'm talking about the big, giant, plastic, unfoldable...
Yeah.
Oh, there it is right there. You're right.
The one I'm pointing at right there.
That can't be it, Glenn.
Nope.
That is also not it. But it is it. So it's it. What is it?
What is it?
What is it?
Is
What is it? What is it?
Its cousin it.
It's cousin.
There it is.
There you go.
Alright.
Did it.
So, Deepwater Harbor is actually...
Pretty shallow.
No. You actually are going to have to take a boat over. So Deepwater Harbor is the harbor that is on Deepwater Isle, which is okay. I just knocked it. This is Deepwater Isle, just off. So this is the Great Harbor, and then the Deepwater Harbor is actually this bit here. So you'll have to actually sail from over here, take a boat over to the Deepwater Isle, or go swimming or something.
So asking around, that's where they said they saw this particular.
So, well, you were told that Deepwater Harbor was where it was at
Okay.
when you're like. So you're asking around if anyone's seen anything, right?
In the dock wards.
And some guy says that he hasn't seen a dragon specifically, but that he did see, while sailing in to the harbor, seemed to be some sort of
Yeah, Express.
some large creature swimming beneath the waters. I couldn't quite make out what it was,
It's Loch Ness.
but it was out towards Deepwater Isle.
Okay, so ask, is there a ferry system to get out there? Or,
Yeah, there probably is something probably for
It's a bunch of
dock workers and
fairies.
stuff. Yeah,
They just
literally just
fly
some
over.
fairies that like just
Like,
sprinkle
literally.
you with dust.
It's
And then,
literally a ferry system. Tom, come on.
Looks like Tinkerbell.
I'm looking for a boat.
Right.
Looking
But
for
you
high
walk up
fantasy
and
here.
you're like, where the fuck you want to go?
So yeah, there's it's not like a ferry boat. It's literally like a ferryman, right? So like a guy just sort of like a rowboat.
Oh, okay.
Like it's a good size sort of rowboat, but he'll sort of ferry you across over to.
Alright, I gotta find that person.
Yeah.
Ben, what are you doing?
Whatever fee it costs.
Yeah, it's like 2 copper, something like
Okay.
that. So as you are being rowed across, make a perception check.
Perception.
Oh, I also forgot to tell you that Vajra actually gave you a potion of water breathing as well.
Oh, nifty.
You might need
So I
to
got
go-
16 on the roll.
You got a 16 on the perception roll.
Yep.
All right. You see a
fish.
you see a bunch of fish, but no. As you kind of get you're maybe 200 feet or 200 100 yards, whatever, 200-300 feet off of the island, and you look down and you see, you're right, there are a number of sort of wreckages in the harbor, and one that seems fairly old. It's kind of the water's clear out here. It's not quite as disturbed and dirty and stuff like that as it is closer to the city. It you see the shape of a wrecked boat, and you see some metallic glints, and they sort of, you can't make out any form necessarily, but you see these metallic glints sort of like, you'll see it glint over by one area of the boat, and then another by another area of the boat. And it seems to sort of be moving, not super fast, but moving about the boat. It's deep enough that it's hard to really make details out of it, but you'll have to go underwater to investigate further.
Right. So I'll pop the potion.
Okay.
And
Make a athletics check.
athletics check.
Drink a potion? How out of
To
shape
swim.
are you?
To swim.
It's a 14.
Need to do some drinking exercise.
Drinking
It's
exercise.
really easy.
Um, All right, you sort of jump into the water. The guy's ferrying you across, and you literally just, you look down, you see this, and you're like, pop the potion, you just jump off the ferry. And the guy's like, hey, what?
What the hell? With your armor and everything? What are you, an idiot?
No, I wasn't wearing that.
And you just jump in the water and dive in. There's a bit of a current. You kind of struggle against it a little bit, but you do okay. As you swim down, you start getting a bit of a headache too. It's not super deep, but it's deep enough. Pressure kind of gets to you a little bit.
Yeah.
And as you get closer, you see this wrecked sort of, it's tilted and cracked ship at the bottom, covered in sort of reef and barnacles and all this stuff. It's been there for quite some time. And as you get closer, you see again these metallic sort of glints of sunlight coming through the water and bouncing off these something, and it's moving about, and it eventually you hear sort of like a rush of moving water, and out the side of the boat you see this what you imagine is young, not a baby, but not an ancient dragon of any kind, but it's still not small. The thing is probably a good
Maybe that size of dragon?
no, not quite that big.
Don't worry about
It's probably a good 17, 18 feet long. Still has a good 20-foot wingspan. Like it's, like I mean, as it swims, its wings are kind of. It almost looks like it's flying through the water, and then it looks like it's darted out of the thing and it's kind of quickly sort of making its way up towards you, and it stops and it kind of rushes at you, and at first you're just like, oh god, and you're floating in the middle of the water, and it just sort of like brings its face right up close to yours and just kind of like narrowly looks at you. Not doesn't look like aggressive, but it just sort of looks like, what are you
What you
doing
doing in
here?
my
Yeah, like,
house?
and it's just kind of staring you down, like inches from your face. This large bronze serpent in the water. And it's just staring you down in the water.
Do you love me?
Would you like to drink some Baileys from a shoe? What do you do?
I deleted it. Can't remember in the description of the potion because I just removed it after using it. But I'm allowed to talk anywhere in the water or not. I'm gonna let you make that call.
You can breathe, but you can't exactly talk.
So kind of make a gesture of like, like going up once you speak.
Kind of tilts his head, looks up, and looks at you, and then you see it start to just like, again, rocket up again, and then
Holy fuck!
yeah, it's like inches from you. The rush of water up, you start sort of like tumbling up, and then you feel a grasp, and it's got you in its claws,
Oh shit!
and it just flies up out of the water, holding you, and flies. The ferryman's still sitting in the middle of the thing at this point. And it's like, what the hell? It takes you, flies you there, just holding you, and it's sort of like in its arms as it flies. not in its arms, just like literally like in its claw, like this. Its claws are just big enough to hold you. Like, this thing isn't gigantic.
It's not gigantic. It's a young dragon.
Right, it's a young dragon. So it has you by one claw, but it's kind of like cradling you also a little bit. Like, 'cause it's hard to hold you in one hand, but eventually it sort of flaps its wings and lands. It's on the far tip away from the actual harbor on Deepwater Island. There is a wall on the southernmost part of the island, sort of goes around the edge of the island. It's a protective barrier from like attacks from sea and stuff like that. And it's kind of, you're just sort of at the tip of the island, past where the wall sort of stops, and there's just like sort of like a little sandy atoll there, and it lands with you, and it's just like, talk, little one.
Hello there.
Oh, Kenobi.
We probably scared the crap out of that very minute. That's okay.
He just so a bronze dragon has this almost like this mustache, like this like wiry, curly, scaly like mustache that comes off, and it just sort of it smirks, and you see the mustache sort of just like sort of float and twirl around as it smirks.
Yeah.
It's similar color too, guys.
It's like, well, there have been rumors and talk that a now it's confirmed, a dragon of your statue has been hanging around Deepwater Harbor, and just here to see if you intend any malice towards the city or its denizens, or are you just peacefully tending to your lair down below?
He sort of smirks at the idea that your comment. He's just kind of like, if I did pose a threat to Waterdeep, what would you do?
This dragon thinks himself a jokester.
Well, probably wouldn't be up to me. I'm pretty sure that the leader of the city and the city guard would rally, and I don't know what kind of defenses the city has, but
And how would they learn this? How would they learn of my malicious intent?
Touche.
He's sort of, and as you're sort of sitting there, he's sort of like right in your face. He's kind of like snaps his mouth at you.
It's like if you decide to attack the city for whatever reason, but there are interested parties that are generally concerned.
He's like,
You're just doing your art now.
you have nothing to fear of Zelipharn. He's like,
Nice to meet you, Zelifon. My name is Silas Gray.
he sort of lowers his head down. He's like, the wrecks in the harbor are interesting. They hold ancient, unfound, unremembered bits of coin
It's kind of
and
a spooky
treasure.
look, but I like it.
Types of thing a young worm like myself might covet.
Understandably so.
He's like,
Looks like it's eating today now.
plus, you know,
Dude, man.
I have heard some rumors about some other treasure here in the city.
Oh no.
And I figure while I'm scouting the waters here, I might continue to keep my ear open about any other opportunities of wealth.
Well, I'm certainly not here to cause you any harm. In fact, I think we could probably help each other out.
Oh,
If you're interested.
exactly how?
Well, if you... I mean, if you need anything, or if...
He laughs.
or maybe a pact of some sort. I don't know. I think my I guess I would call them employers would maybe benefit from having a
Who are your employers?
the and like don't know if I can see. I don't know if I can see it from here. I'm not sure how tall the
Yeah,
tower
the tower's not
stands.
quite that tall. You'd be able to see it all the way across the
Okay.
city. It's
You can't see it from here. There's a tower called the Blackstaff Tower. I work for a group.
Blackstaff. That's a name that I have heard stories about. You work for Blackstaff?
She has a organization called Force Grey that goes out and does things.
What I heard was Blackstaff was an old man. Terrible in his mind.
That might have been before my time, but I think it's changed hands. And now I answer to a Mistress Vajra. I didn't say the name. Vajra.
Vajra Safar.
Yeah, Vajra Safar.
He's like, What exactly do they do within this community?
Well, like I said, I work for Force Grey. Basically, whatever tasks that the Blackstaff needs, she usually
Yes,
sends
but
out.
What does the Blackstaff do? What is her interest?
The way she described it when I first met her, she said that if the Lord's Alliance were the Army A for the city, like the go-to, the Blackstaff's Force Grey would be like Team B, that sort of plays behind the scenes and defends the city of Waterdeep from other threats that may not be in full visible form.
Wow. That sounds very interesting. Well, you know where I am for the time being. You can tell your Blackstaff that she has nothing to fear from me. But if she wishes to talk more, that she can find me here in the harbor.
Dun, dun, dun.
Sounds reasonable. I will pass that along.
Okay. And he just sort of like starts walking on the beach like into the water.
Okay, right.
Meanwhile,
Alright.
that fairy guy is all the way out there. He's like, nope, nope, hell no, nope, nope, no, hell no, no, no.
Well,
No.
you're also just kind of like
Star.
left at the end of an island in the middle of the water. Like,
Get Hearthstone.
What you gonna do?
you could walk back to
Town portal.
Deepwater. You could walk back to Deepwater Harbor, but that's probably going to take you like 45 minutes to walk back to Deep, and then catch another ferry across the thing.
Right. Well, that's my only choice.
So it's going to take you a while to get back. He just kind of like he just walks off into the water and you just see him sink below the.
Yeah, we're not that good friends yet.
He just kind of
Thanks.
sinks under the waves. You just see like again the light off of his scales sort of glinting off until he gets deep enough you can't really see him anymore.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting there. Shit, I forgot to ask him for a lift. No.
Yeah.
Scheiße.
All right. So, Emerald Enclave. It's basically just an estate. It's not like a. I mean, it's a fancy building, but it's if you remember, it's just sort of a nice estate. There's gardens all over. Yeah, stuff like that. You knock on the door. You're greeted by a servant.
Jareth.
Yep. And
Hi, Jareth.
he's like, Mistress Ariel, we haven't seen you in some time.
Been busy. Sorry.
Are you here to see Miss Fellbranch?
I think so.
You think so? Okay.
Thought it was Melanora.
Melanor is her first name. Yes,
Yes.
Mistress Fellbranch.
Okay. Sorry, I thought we were on a first name basis.
Perhaps you are, but I am not. She pays me to not be.
Okay.
So he sort of escorts you through, the three of you, through the house. He's like, so you brought friends with you this time?
Oh, yeah. This is... Yar. We call him Yar, and that's my.
I actually would have waited outside.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
he's
okay.
on the outside. The that's our ride. We rode on him.
Interesting. He takes you back into the gardens, and you see Melanor sort of just tending the flowers and things like that. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. I don't remember if I checked in last time when we when I finished with the scarecrow thing, but
Nope.
it didn't. I could have sworn I did.
I don't remember
Yeah.
you doing it.
Yeah.
I don't remember that either.
But if we didn't, I'll make
Yeah.
sure they know that we took care of the scarecrow thing.
Melinor's like, oh, excellent. We hadn't heard any more about it, so I assume so. I did fear that perhaps in the process something horrible may have happened to you.
Well, yeah, something horrible did happen to us, but we took care of it.
Oh,
It was
well, I'm.
we actually got attacked by several of these different scarecrows. I think there was like 3 or 4. And they just kept on popping. 5, 6.
TK's not there.
Oh.
For the record.
There was a bunch of them. I just remember it was a night of running around.
Scooby doing it
Just
all over the place.
yes, we just run around
Sounds terrible.
different farms. We're attacking different farms.
Must have been much more frightening for the farm folk out there. I'm
Yeah,
glad
they
you were
were-
able
they
to
were
put
pretty-
them at ease.
In fact, one of them got hurt, and the cow got hurt, and the goat got hurt, and someone squashed some pumpkins. And it was horrible.
Whoops.
But we took care of it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad.
So just checking in. Thanks very much. Anything else we can do for you?
Well,
Was there any like any kind
we
of
can confer with the lady of the house. You hear her sort of speak out. And it's like, "Madam," and a disembodied female voice you hear ring through the gardens. "Yes, Melanor. What is it that you would like?" Madam Ariel and a friend of hers have arrived and wish to know if there's anything else you'd heard of that they may be of service to the Emerald Enclave. And the voice speaks out. "Ah, yes. Our work is never done, protecting the vibrant life of the world from the encroachment of these lands. Sir Ambrose Everdon, a grizzled old champion of Kalimvor, has offered to help the city guard catch a necromancer who's stealing bones from the city of the dead and animating them as skeletons.
That's not good.
Sir Ambrose could use your help if you're not too busy."
Yes, Sir Ambrose is in the City of the Dead.
He is,
Sorry, I missed that.
yeah, he is, well, he's investigating the city of the dead for this. She says that she can, if you wish, you can meet him. He normally arrives at the city of the dead each evening at approximately dusk at the center gate, the main gate,
Center gate.
the main gate into the city of the dead.
The centered gate.
Roger Dodger. I have to go there anyways. I mean, I don't have to go there. I have to visit a friend
Who's dead?
who died there
Very
and
sad.
say a prayer.
Died in the city.
No, he died, and we put him in the City of the.
That is where they go.
Sometimes they stay.
Sometimes they come back.
Sometimes.
All right.
Sometimes.
Mostly they don't. Mostly.
Mostly.
Alright.
All right. Anything else?
Not dead yet.
No, that's good. There wasn't any reward or anything for the scarecrows. I'm just asking, just for GP. I mean,
I'm sure the goodwill and thank of the good farm folk was
reward enough. Yes, it
reward
was.
enough.
Sure. Nothing like a sleepless night to feel thankful. Better be blessed.
the Church of Penny Pinching.
I'm telling you, this is gonna have to be a real religion next to the Indie campaign. The holy symbol is a gold piece, a copper piece.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you. I'm gonna go check it out. Electrum, actually.
Alright. So you guys exit there. Where were you going next?
Magistrate.
Ah, yes. Alright. You arrive at the magistrate. Eventually, again, you have to wait your turn, sort of. It's busy. And eventually you're called into the office. It's not the same magistrate's office, so not the same magistrate. It's a woman sitting at the desk. Middle-aged, not terribly old, but definitely seemed...
Did they allow me to keep Maya with me?
Sure.
Okay. Because I would have had a fuss if they didn't.
You are told to sort of make sure that she doesn't...
It costs money.
Like,
yeah, of course.
she stays on you at all
She
times.
behaves. Okay, so yeah.
So, like I said, middle-aged woman. She's dressed very nicely, and hair pulled into a tight bun. Like, yes.
I'm not really sure what I need to go through to,
And I'm not really sure how to help you.
I need to clear a few things up before I do something. So I work with the Gauntlet, as does a friend of mine, and many other of my companions work for different groups. And we have come across something that we perceive as a danger to the city, but given the nature of the location we must investigate, I felt it appropriate to go through the legal process before we investigate it. Not really sure what I need to do to get that taken care of, so that's why I'm here.
Well, what exactly do you plan on doing?
Basically, so we came across this Nimblewright who was kind of, rogue, we'll say.
Okay.
And he seemed to have been getting orders from someone, but when we tracked him down and brought him back to the temple for them to deal with, we found a map on him that showed the City of the Dead with an X over whatever the...
Castleberry.
Yes, Castleberry. Castle Lantern, whatever it was. Well, I know that it is a privately owned crypt, and I am aware of all of that. But given the fact that there could very likely be a danger within the crypt, we feel it necessary to investigate.
You feel it necessary for you to investigate yourselves?
I feel it necessary that it is investigated. If that means that we investigate it, so be it.
Well, she sort of smiles. You understand, you're talking about being given permission to walk unaccompanied into one of the wealthiest houses' personal crypts, where they bury their family members, oftentimes with large amounts of wealth. I'm sorry, that just isn't going to happen. Do you have any proof of whatever danger you say may be arising within the crypts of House Castle?
I do not have it on me at the moment, but we do have the map in which we found on the Nimblewright.
So you have a map. Do you have anybody else with you that can back up this story, that of any significance that I might take
You could
The
speak
word
to
seriously.
the temple, which we sent the nimble right back to. They
I'm
could back up our
not
story.
going to do that. If the temple wishes to back your word, you can bring somebody here from. I'm far too busy to go calling after everybody in this city that somebody walks through my door and says that so-and-so said that they needed to do such and such. You're an adventurer, aren't you?
It's pie time.
One of two,
That
yes.
seems obvious. Most of you seem full enough of yourselves you think you can go about this city willy-nilly doing what you want.
I am also a member of the Gauntlet and looking out for the city's safety.
The Order of the Gauntlet is a welcomed addition to the city of Waterdeep, but largely because they respect the rules that we have here in place.
And I am working to do that myself, which is why I'm
Then-
here.
Bring me evidence and proof of what you say, and the City Watch will investigate. But you and your friends should stay out of the crypts of House Castellator.
Very well, I will search for proof.
Thank you.
However, if it's not going to get done, we will take it upon ourselves to investigate.
Then I'll be sure to make sure I have guards posted outside to arrest you when they see you. Thank you.
Very well.
This is what playing by the rules gets you.
But I have orders to take care of any threats that we come across from the Gauntlet. They say that if there is a danger to the city,
Named up an origin.
that it is our...
The Gauntlet is not a ruling government in
we're
this city.
aware of this.
Mm-hmm.
Their orders don't mean anything to me.
I will get your proof.
Thank you.
I leave, go back to the tavern until somebody else is there.
Silas, it's going to take you a while to get back. Are you heading back to the tavern?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. It'll take you a little bit. Are you guys are still, you've left
Yeah.
the Emerald Enclave.
And we're going back to the
Stop by weapon shop.
weapon shop.
Yeah,
before
that's
we-
fine.
What are you wielding?
Please, but make it quick.
Me? I have a rapier,
What else?
dagger.
I got the scimitar
it's
off
pistol.
of that guy.
That's true, you did
You
pull the
want
scimitar
the
off. the guy.
scimitar. I don't know if you can use this.
Do you know how to use a scimitar?
I'm not very proficient, no. Not since I gave up being a storm seeker.
I just forgot how to do a thing.
Yes.
Is it any
Wait here.
chance enchanted?
We don't know.
No, I
You
don't
can use a
think so.
scimitar, can't you?
Yes. I go into the weapon shop, and I come out
It's not from Hammer.
with a sack full of weapons.
Oh my god.
Let's go home. And I've gotten a mace for each of you.
I
Mace.
don't need a mace. I have a hammer.
I'll take it. Whatever.
Oh, you.
I have a hammer.
That's
I have
why
a
That's
hammer.
what he has.
Yes.
All right, then I didn't get a mace for you. I got a mace for
A
you.
mace. Okay, alright.
Yes, and I got a warhammer for myself and a longsword.
I'm gonna call it Windy.
Okay.
And if you don't know how to use the scimitar, I can use the scimitar, although I don't think I need the scimitar.
If it's enchanted, I'll replace one of my scimitars.
I don't think it's magical.
No. Although it did kill quite a few elves. So it's stained with the blood of elves.
That's
I don't
right.
care
I
about
don't think that she cares.
It might be cursed now, in fact.
Can it talk to us? That's the first question.
Alright, so, eventually, the day has gone by, you all arrive back at Troll Skull Manor. It's probably late afternoon, very early evening. Dusk is probably not too far
I'll probably be the last one to
from now.
arrive.
You are definitely the last one to arrive.
Soaking
I am
wet.
making
Now,
that.
yeah, you. Well, at this point, you've dried,
Yeah.
but all your clothes are that sort of like crinkly, crispy way that they get after they've been soaked and then dried
In salt
in
water.
salt water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in salt water, no less.
So,
Smells like home.
What the hell
Why
happened
are
to
you
you?
hugging Silas so much?
Smells like teen
Young
spirit.
bronze dragon happened to me.
Okay.
Could have been worse.
you could have had to walk all over the city talking to random people.
Has happened.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna make dinner.
Okay.
Anybody else want something? I'll cook y'all something up.
I don't eat.
I'll make you some oil. Some nice hot oil.
Then you can give them the leftover oil.
Yeah, you get like the grease
Yeah, you
run
can-
off of like whatever you cook.
Oh, Popeye.
Then put it in one of those little oil can things and spray it into his joints.
He's not here. I gotta say it.
His mouth doesn't move; it just lights up.
Does anybody, or not does anybody, who has the map that we found off of the Numblewood?
Whose quest was it?
Wasn't
It
anybody's
wasn't.
quest.
It was anybody's quest. It wasn't
One
yours.
of the three of us would have it.
Yeah, you would have it
Sure.
because you were the one.
I got the map.
Yeah.
I think you were the one that actually got it off.
Sure
Of
did,
it.
yeah.
So I went to the Gauntlet and okay, I'm not going to try to explain this. I tell them what happened.
Okay.
You did what?
You did what? To the city what?
Why would you do that?
You told the magistrate what? Oh my god.
What?
And they're gonna have guards waiting at the. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have to kill some guards.
I ain't killing no
I
guard anymore.
spoke to the
Well, we have to
Gauntlet.
I am not killing
They
any guards.
suggested that I attempt to
We
go
heard
through-
you. We just didn't believe it.
Yes.
We were hoping we misheard you.
Well, I have to go there anyways to meet some guy named Albuster Muster.
Oh.
There, then we have two questions.
Alabaster
Albuster Mistbuster?
Mythbuster, Alabaster,
Ambrose.
Mythbuster.
I have to meet an Ambrose there anyways, so.
I'm gonna keep Alabaster Mythbuster in this now. Congratulations.
It's
He's right there.
it's now a permanent fixture in the world. After Mythbuster.
Yeah. So,
Guess what he
so whenever we want to head out to the city of the dead.
Do we even want to?
I mean, we can still go there. I mean, if there's guards around it, maybe we can distract them.
You're kidding, right?
No. We've done it before.
Leaf, pour me a drink.
I mean, actually, it didn't turn out very well because a kid found us and we choked him out, and then RJ went to jail. But I mean, we could
Pour me 2
potentially
drinks.
stealth.
Is this where we're going to find this stone of whatever,
If we're able
whatever
to
it's
find,
called? Stone of Galore, I think it's called.
if we're able to find proof
You don't
of
know. All you know is the
whatever-
Nimblewright had a map with an X on the particular thing, and it had been chased into the City of the Dead previously, so it went there for something, and they
If
basically
we're
just wanted to
able
find
to
out
bring
what.
them proof of what we believe is there, perhaps they will be more cooperative.
If we give them proof, they're gonna take over the investigation and they're gonna shut us out of it.
They won't share any information.
They've done this to us before.
And then they arrest us later on. But, of course. Or they question us. And
If
And the-
they handle it, then at least it's handled.
is it really? Is it really? You have so much faith in the police.
The thing is, you could say the same about us.
I mean,
Touche.
yeah. I mean, he wouldn't be wrong, but we're at
Yeah, it's not like you guys.
It's our stream. Not the City Watch stream.
It's not like you guys have managed this shit with utmost competence.
City stream
I don't know how
heroes.
much. I'm still new. I don't know how much pull I may have at over at the at Force Grey, but maybe I could persuade them to take over the investigation
Jinkies.
or something,
Well,
or assist, give us an in, particularly me.
Yeah, I don't know that you could take over. You might be able to get sort of like placed on the investigation as an assist. You know, yeah.
That's where I was steering the
It would
conversation.
be more. It's possible. It's not.
That's why I was steering the conversation towards, like trying to get it in somehow through a faction.
Let's find
I
this
was-
person and talk to them about the necromancer.
I was thinking that perhaps
That's
if
a
we
good idea.
spoke to one of the people from the temple who created, or who generally creates the Nimble Rights, perhaps their word would be proof
By the
enough,
way, Yar,
as
Dragon,
well as the map.
hanging out by the harbor.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
All right then.
yeah.
It doesn't really concern us whether or not the City Watch investigates this. That would be the end of the investigation for us.
Yeah, we've lost that. I mean,
So I am not interested in sharing any information with the City Watch.
yeah.
Well, maybe after we find something. Sure.
And anonymously.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. We'll bring on anonymous.
Leith could do it. Send the ghost.
Let's talk to the man
Yep.
about the necromancer.
Okay, let's do that.
He's usually there in the evening, so center gate of the city of dead things.
All right.
And it's late afternoon now.
It's dusk.
It's
Well, hopefully a wall does not follow me again.
Alright.
it's not dawn though.
No, it doesn't need to be.
Otherwise, I'm not going back
Then
there.
we need to go right now.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Is everyone ready?
Sure.
As ready as I'll be for me.
Are you ready for this?
So you guys are heading to the City of the Dead now?
Yeah.
Alright. You head out, the City of the Dead. Are you taking... it's probably going to take 2 carriages to take you all.
I should just buy a carriage. What do you think
We're
about
going.
that,
This
guys?
is nighttime, right?
We
We're
just buy
going.
a carriage
We're
and
going
we'll
Talk about it later.
It's approaching dusk. The sun's very low.
I mean,
Before we
as
leave
much as we
South,
spend on
we
carriages,
mentioned,
we
do we
can-
want to... Any of us who can wear armor, do we want to wear armor?
I'm
or
wearing
do
my
we-
armor. I'm going to a friggin' graveyard. I ain't doing
You
that.
could always throw it in a sack while you're walking around, and when you get to the outskirts of the City of the Dead, take 20 minutes or so for everybody to gear up.
I'll do that.
That's,
I guess
that's
I'll stick my...
basically
If I
what I'm
can,
going to do.
if I can shove my scale mail armor and its gauntlets into my pack, I will.
You're gonna bring a whole bag full of weapons into the cart there? Who are you, like Deadpool?
Sure.
That's exactly what I'm going to do, yes.
Just don't leave it in the taxi.
That's not going to be a problem.
Because if he gets in an accident, he'll get in trouble.
Alright. Yeah, because he doesn't have a license for concealed carry.
Yes, exactly.
Hey.
Um,
Alright.
Alright, you guys, it's going to take 2 carriages at, we'll say, 8 copper each.
Okay.
To get down to...
I want 59 now.
I'll pay for one of them, so I'll pay like 8 or a silver.
Okay.
Is that a concealed carry permit?
Toss him the silver. You gonna take it? I got it.
You got it? All right.
You keep your money.
All right. You go right ahead. You didn't say much at all.
Sorry, you're the one that was
I bring equal
priding
rights.
yourself in all the money you don't spend on things the other
Yeah,
day.
well, I bring equal rights.
Alright. Yeah, you guys get dropped off at the main gate into the City of the Dead. It's just approaching dusk. As you get out, you see a human in full plate armor, shield strapped to his back, long sword at his side, sort of standing around, sort of impatiently tapping his feet, looking around. He sees you all get out, kind of eyeing you.
Are you Sir Ambrose?
Ah, yes, I am.
Hi. I was sent by the Emerald Enclave.
Yes. Listen, to be honest, I really don't need the help. I've got this under control. I don't think it's necessary that you are here. Honestly, it sort of offends me that the Enclave thinks that I need the assistance.
Well, I mean, I'm here anyways. I might as well go in there with you.
Make a persuasion check.
Well, I'll persuade the hell out of him.
Well, do it. Shut up and do it.
See about that.
Well, maybe I won't.
About that big talk.
Yeah, right?
Plus 6. 15.
Oh, actually, no. He's like, fine. If you're gonna be here anyways, then sure, whatever. Look, I'm gonna take the north half of the City of the Dead. You guys patrol the south half. You see anything that's, out of the ordinary that screams necromancer, deal with it, and then
Like a necromancer.
we'll meet up at the end of our patrols here again.
Have you seen him before? Or you
Uh,
glimpses of him?
So far, I haven't seen anything.
Okay, so I mean, you don't know if he's wearing robes or what What's he dressed like? How tall?
I have
is he?
no idea.
Or
Okay.
she.
Or she,
Assume
okay.
somebody's gender.
Oh my God, man.
Correct.
The unknown is referred to as Z
Okay.
or Zer.
Alright. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You sis.
I'm a shit lord.
Okay. Alright, we'll do. And you're taking the northern part,
Correct.
and you're going which way, right or left? Like are you gonna go north and then east? Unless you go.
Well, we're on the east side of the
Okay.
graveyard, so what? No, I'm going to go north and then west.
Okay. I get mixed up in directions. I'm sorry. I thought we were in the center gate. Be in the
You
middle.
are in the center gate, which is in the middle of the eastern wall of the City of the Dead. So he's like, so you know, that way's south.
That way.
Yeah. Yeah, that way's south.
All right then.
We're going that way. And how? Where's that in relation to your crypt? Okay. Thank you. We'll see you. Do you want to meet up later on tonight? Like maybe halfway through, like 3 o'clock or something, or 5 bells, whatever it's called.
I think, we'll meet back up here. Sure. Let's say at first bell, we'll meet back up here.
Which should be 3 o'clock. Is that like ship bells, which is every 3 hours or something? No.
No, he's talking about like.
Oh, like 1 o'clock bell. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
He just sort of turns on his heels and walks off into the graveyard, down the path, heading north.
Okay.
Beep, 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 beep. What an asshole.
He says he can take everything by himself. Look at him with his big shield and swords.
It gets us in. That's all we got to hear about, right?
Yep, we're in. Alright, so we're going to go check things out to the south. And if it happens to take us by the Castle Thorns.
Castle Lantern.
So, you look at your map. Castellana Crypt is definitely on the northern-y side. It's not like all the way north,
Well,
but it's definitely on the northern half.
But it's a good thing she doesn't really know directions, so that way we might be able to find ourselves.
I
up
got
at some
lost.
point And be like, oh hey.
Directions and moons are so confusing.
So you guys aren't even going to start patrolling.
I
Just
mean, we'll
head
look
straight
around,
to.
I guess. I don't know.
No,
Do
we should start patrolling.
map
of the
City of the Dead.
Take a look. Let's take a look around.
Something might shout necromancer.
Like a necromancer?
Necromancer.
Necromancer.
Alright. So you guys.
Oh, yes. Come out and play.
Clink, clink, clink.
All improv, by the way.
Where is...
What's that?
While clicking, all improv, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it wasn't in the script. He just did that because he felt like he felt like it would fit.
So you guys walk around for a bit towards the southern half of the crypts. There's various sprawling pathways that kind of take you every which way and through the different sections of the City of the Dead. And you guys are kind of just... You try to have somewhat of a system so you're not walking by the same places too much, but you're just kind of haphazardly, for the most part, walking through. Every time there's a fork, you just kind of like, can't go wrong by going right. And,
That's a handy saying.
I feel like we said it before.
Not in this
I feel like it's
lifetime.
been wrong before.
I feel like we might be letting it go.
eventually you, everyone make a perception check, actually.
Good night.
Make a stealth check.
Yes. I got a nat
I
one.
need to put my fingers out. This.
I got a nat one too!
Yeah, that one,
Guys,
buddies.
doing well.
Oh.
Add that to my
It's only a
6, it's a 7.
That's.
11 for me.
11. Well, TK, what'd you get?
12.
Hey, stand up. This is,
Wait, where am I trying
This is
to
us.
hide though?
where we going? Where we going?
Yes, it does. I have dexterity stealth. I have advantage on dexterity stealth checks to hide in rocky terrain. So
This is a graveyard. It's not rocky.
it's rocky.
Balboa.
The gravestones are rocky.
No, they're made out of rocks. They are not rocky. There's a
Adrian.
They're not like made out of just. It's not like just like raw, unworked stone. Like
I'm always terrible at stealth, man.
What did you roll?
8.
Okay. Well, luckily your shitty rolls don't entirely matter. As you guys are walking through, it's been maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours of walking. It's definitely night now. It's dark. It's clearly dark, and
It's clearly dark.
clearly dark. It is darkly dark, and as you're walking through, the two of you didn't roll ones. Notice out of the corner of your eye
cool.
a shadow, sort of very small shadow, sort of flitting between gravestones, off to your left.
Contact left.
What?
Your left, my left.
I will move to investigate the small flitting shadow to the left.
Yep, so
Be careful, it might be a necromancer.
It might be, in
Or
which
the
case I
shadows
will
is-
shout necromancer.
Most helpful.
So,
get over here.
are you casually strolling that direction? Or are you sort of just taking off running over there? It's probably a good 40 feet away.
I'm going to do a combat glide.
Contact glide. Okay,
No, I'm going to move with a purpose.
gotcha.
Yeah.
So you head over there. The figure sees you coming and kind of like, and tries to like sort of dart away again. You see it's a small figure with a black robe with around sort of the chest area look to be like skull and bone sort of
Full sprint.
embroidered sort of design work.
Necromancer!
Necromancer!
Necromancer.
I start running.
Booby fat.
I,
Where?
Start
Booty trap.
Okay. So what's that? Booty trap.
Booty trap.
That's why I said booty trap.
Booby trim.
Gosh, Sixus.
So we're going to roll initiative. That's what we're going to do.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody fights each other at the beginning.
That's right.
Wait, but I
19.
got 4.
Oh, you rolled poorly.
4.
You
I'm
rolled-
gonna die before I can do anything.
rolled
Oh, yeah.
poorly.
I got 13.
13.
I'm like,
15K.
no, get back.
What'd you get?
16.
Oh, 16. Silas. Yar?
9.
9?
9.
Okay. The order is me, Silas, TK, Yar, unknown thingamajiggy.
Okay. So who's first? Let's go.
Me, I run as I start sprinting, so I do a double move towards TK, of course. We can go to the map.
Yay! Stuff.
So at this point, DK's like right here. Silas kind of here.
What happened? Oh, there it is.
We have this figure right now.
Wait a second.
Alright, Nate,
I can
take care of
cast
this now.
non-detection on myself at will.
Yeah, but you might want to read what that does.
What the hell does that do?
Words.
It makes undead not
Words.
see you.
Oh,
Well, it also just makes like if anybody tries to detect your alignment or anything like that, they can't tell where it
well,
is.
never mind. I'm not gonna do that.
It's not invisibility, which you know that spell. I don't know if you
invisibility.
memorized it or not.
I did not, actually.
All right, so you run up. You're now here.
Where's that?
Or sorry, that's not you. This is there.
I'm gonna change. I'm gonna memorize
That's-
that one instead now.
No, you can't change
I'm
now.
just-
So you've run up to here. The little figure is here. You're starting to run along the gate of a mausoleum.
And I shall stop, Necromancer.
Mausoleum.
Okay. Is that what you're doing?
Then I'm gonna Do they say anything?
I don't know, Necromancer. Do you say anything? He yelled, "Stop!"
Stop, Necromancer.
I'm
Then I get
mean
ready
no
to cast.
ill will. I
Yeah, you're just gonna resurrect dead things, and then I cast.
I mean, isn't that an awesome thing to do?
Yeah.
I am not
We got a lift
here
here, and this is
with
great.
malicious intent. I am not the one you seek.
That's exactly what someone who I'm seeking would say.
No.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
I cast.
I am aware of the
Necromancer saying
necromancer
necromancy
that you
things.
seek.
I cast Toll the Dead.
I have seen.
Alright. Make a, what is it, Constitution
It's
saving?
it's a Wisdom saving throw.
Make a wisdom saving. You have advantage on the roll.
I do, but I have a 19.
Roll
so-
again, 'cause you don't
We're
get-
gonna-
I mean, not that it really matters. You're probably fine. But,
And I got another 19.
Alright,
so,
so
with
you have to
my
do 14.
whatever I got,
You're fine.
plenty enough.
yeah.
So
All right. So you hear like what sounds like church bells tolling like off in the distance, and it's kind of you know the spell. Like you're like, what the fuck? I just tried to like he tried to cast Toll the Dead on you, and you're like, I do that. What the fuck? I just said that I don't hurt. Like
What would you do if somebody came into your house?
seriously,
Fuck with
dude,
you in your own crypt.
I could do that right back at you. I'm not going to. I don't want to hurt anybody.
What would you do with that plain
That's-
attitude?
Well, you aren't hurting anybody. You're bringing dead things back to life.
That is
And
not.
I'm done with my turn.
well, I mean, that's not hurting anybody technically.
Well,
But when the dead hurt people,
I mean, life giver name.
It's just yucky.
All right.
Okay.
So who's next?
Silas, right?
Me.
Bring the pain,
You're
Silas.
here.
That's our necromancer.
How do you know? This is
Because it said it's
necromancer?
not.
Did you see the skulls?
Skulls.
Yes, I am a necromancer.
I'm sure
yes,
there's, I'm sure
I
there's more
am.
than
But
one
I am
in
not
this
the
entire world.
necromancer.
I'm
You're
a
doing yourself
major
in
general.
favors.
All I know is no coincidences in life.
Well, let's question first before we
Yes, when they're
commit-
unconscious,
before we
they'll say
outright
anything
commit
they want.
murder. We're still in this. We're still in Waterdeep. We're still under its laws.
Not that the most of you give a shit half the time.
I mean, no.
Unconscious is still alive.
Ugh.
Go ahead.
Hey, what are you doing?
Who? I'm sorry. Who are you?
I am just a simple gnome. I live here. I have.
Do you turn around and face them, or because
Yes.
you're still okay?
Yes, I turn around to
So I
face
can't
them
really hear
to
you with
show
your back
that
turned.
I am not a threat. I am a simple gnome. I live. This is where I live. I was abandoned by my family.
Let's start with your name.
I am Polyp.
That's a most unfortunate name.
It very much is.
She's a cancer in society. She must be stopped.
Kuniga taught us here.
It was my
So,
birth name. I
You just
cannot-
happened to pop in. No.
Ah.
So you see, when she turns around, you do see these black robes with does have look like skulls and other sort of bone sort of embroidery and work along the lining of it.
Oh, it's embroidery work. It's not actually.
Yeah,
not actually
it's
skulls.
embroidery work.
Okay.
And
She's too little
like,
for real skulls.
well, and the hood to the robe sort of falls back. You see a dark gray skin with pure white, like no pupil, no iris, no anything, just pure white eyes,
Whoa.
and bald head. A small female figure, and beneath the robe you see a little glinting from some of the torchlight here by the mausoleum. You see a little bit of glint of metal beneath the robes, like might have armor underneath. But yeah. And there's a bow sort of strapped around as well. Oh, you also see a necklace dangling that has
Of course you don't. She's not money.
it's a metal medallion with a scythe kind of like emblazoned on it.
Eh?
Religion check.
Sure, make a religion check.
There's nothing there.
17.
Yeah, you recognize it as a symbol of Ner'Stul, which is the goddess of death. She's not where the Raven Queen is the goddess of like the transition into death,
Yeah.
Nerstool is literally like the goddess of death itself. So like she does sort of reside over both the dead in the ground, and also necromancers often worship her. And she does have some doings with undeath and things like that, but she's more about like the natural order of death and things like that.
I know Merstol's like alignment, I guess. Or
How
she feels.
neutral to evil. It generally not. It's typically not good, but it's not. There are plenty of neutral sort of worshippers. Most like anytime you find worshippers of Nerstool within most civilizations are openly worshippers. They're of neutral alignment. That they see her as a necessary force in the natural order of things. That in order for life to continue, that things must die to bring new life around and things like that. They do, however, typically they have a very different view on the dead and undeath. They generally see the dead as parts as parts, right? Undeath can be used as a tool. That once somebody's soul has left the body and traveled on to, the Raven Queen has taken the soul and passed it on to Nerstool, that their place in the cycle has been fulfilled. The body is just left with her remnants to do whatever you need to do with, which isn't necessarily always something everybody likes the idea of, but yeah.
Well, Silas says we are looking for a necromancer. I don't know if it is you or not, but here you are, and here we are.
Bring the smack down!
Shut up, Ariel.
I can assure you that I am not the one you seek. I have seen the evidence of a necromancer and these parts in this
Insight check.
city of the dead.
Sure, make an insight check.
1.
Seems totally legit.
Totally.
Seems to be very forthright and forthcoming with information.
I've seen the evidence. I've been seeking him out myself so that I can stop him and not be blamed for his crimes. I am merely a humble essentially a grave robber, if you would like to know the whole truth. I have no other means to survive.
Do you live here?
Check your warrants, TK.
Do you live here? Do you live here in the city?
I live in the underground. I'm not.
Can't forget
You
about
used to.
I am from
Yes, you're from the
the Underdark, and under the city. But my family was killed, and I the people that took me in have also disappeared. So I have fend for myself.
Well, whose turn is it next?
Yeah, who's
TK.
next?
I just kind of look incredulously at everyone,
Bring the smack down!
and I shoot her with my net,
Okay.
and I miss horribly.
Alright, so this big metal monstrosity, like, its arm sort of opens up and a big net launches out of it, and just kind of just like flies past you.
That was unfortunate, and I'll step right up next to her and draw a weapon. But
Performance issues.
I'll stop there, just pointing at her.
Now it's standing directly in front of you, so he's moved up to here and is pointing a which weapon?
We'll call it the longsword.
All right, pointing a longsword at you.
Okay.
Oh, now you're in it. Gar?
We don't know. See,
You're not there yet.
No, I'm not there
We
yet.
have a description, a picture.
No.
Who yeah, you don't have, they never give you a description or a picture of this.
No, it's a necromancer just stealing stuff and raising the dead. And
Am I even on the board?
not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, well then I move, running up there and I'm like, the hell?
Is that a double move or?
It would be a single move. That's fine.
Alright, then I'm just gonna follow T. I see what's going on here, and I'm like, well, Necromancer. TK's up next to him. Okay, let's move up. I'll draw my sword.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do anything yet because I haven't seen blood being spilled
Probably
yet.
see me trying to be like,
You're gonna-
wait a minute,
You're gonna
wait a
move up
minute.
some more,
I'll move up some more.
right next to him, like flank him.
Please.
Yeah.
I mean you no harm.
Okay.
I mean, you.
So we're hunting a gnome now.
Skulls.
Look at the gnome.
Look at her. Look at the face. Look at the eyes.
I just want to make
It's
certain that
just-
this is like this is not mine.
Screams evil.
I will spare you.
One of us has already been arrested.
I mean,
Yes, Ariel. Clearly, she's not from around here. Obviously, I believe she's from maybe possibly the underground.
oh, you believe anything. You believe in the tooth fairy.
no,
I am.
no,
Wait a
no.
second.
What is the tooth fairy?
What about the tooth fairy?
They're fairy.
There's no. Well, there are fairies, but this particular one doesn't have any teeth. I don't believe that. They all bite.
Oh,
That's the toothless fairy. Your turn.
No, the toothless fairy is a little black dragon.
What is? What is
See how harmless this person really is.
Thaumaturgy just lets you you can make it. It's kind of cool effects. You can make your eyes glow or have wind blow around.
I want to do that. I want to be all get up and be all stand down. What I speak is the truth.
In a loud, booming voice.
In a loud, booming
dragons.
voice. I will spare you my tales of woe, but believe that I am not.
I'm the great and powerful Oz.
I am. Do not look behind the curtain.
We represent the lollipop king.
No, I'm just kidding.
which is an actual guild in Waterdeep.
I will spare you my tales of woe,
It's for all the candy shops are part of the lolly.
but I assure you that I am not
Candyman can.
the one you seek.
So yeah, the gnome sort of puffs up and you wind starts flitting around her and blowing cloak about, and the eyes sort of glow with bright white light, and she's basically huh?
This might not help your case.
Yeah, but this is what she's doing.
No,
So
I need to make it known.
she sort of then speaks very candidly that she's not the one that you're seeking, but basically she's not going to take a bunch of shit if you're going to come after her.
Yeah.
Where is the one we seek?
I cannot tell you. I have been searching myself.
He's not in that big museum over here, right?
I could not tell you.
Alright,
I have been
alright.
searching myself.
I do call it I call it a museum.
The museum.
Yeah.
The museum.
It's what about
I
yards.
mean, that's kind of what they are. They're
That's a
dead
body
museums.
I will
It's a
say,
body
but
museum.
It's called a mausoleum.
That's what I said,
Yard.
museum.
Oh, that's true. All right, so as you guys sort of look at her, everybody make insight checks.
I insight nothing.
Nice. This time I have a modified 20.
16.
19.
I forgot what to roll.
All right. What is
I insight
19?
nothing.
All right. You got 20.
Modified 20, yeah.
What'd you get, TK?
16.
16.
I didn't break 10, so.
So the three of you, as she sort of starts talking, and you all are getting a really good look at her, you all get the sensation that she is telling the truth. And in fact, with the way she's sort of her mannerisms and some of the things she said and the way that she's sort of puffing up and doesn't seem to want to be taking a shit, you just kind of look into her eyes, even though they're kind of this blank white, and you get the sensation that this is a woman who has seen some shit, who has been through
Orphan Annie.
some really, really hard, tough times, and come out the other side maybe a little scarred and a little different than most people, but that ultimately is trustworthy.
Look,
Okay.
look, don't ask me how, don't ask me why, but I believe her. Just trust me on
I've
this.
seen worse.
Trust me on this.
She almost seems like she has survivor's guilt, like that kind
Okay.
of like.
All right.
Polyp. And you.
Yes.
What just happened here?
I don't know.
Okay, but if she kills me, I'm never gonna forgive you.
Fine.
That's a risk we're willing to make.
She kills you, I won't warn.
That's a risk I'm willing to take. So where are we looking here?
Well, we're gonna real quick with the introduction of Polyp. Take a quick 10-minute break for everybody to go to the bathroom because I gotta pee and it's 8:00. So, yeah. After these messages, we'll be right back.
back.
Well, let's make it official.
Okay, some width of the build plate,
Hi, everybody.
but the piece needs the entire build plate.
Interesting. So,
But it starts yay big and then gets larger, so it can print over the clips.
right.
I'll just have to switch it back after the piece is done.
Right, yeah. So we're just waiting on a couple more people to get started again.
Is the camera's back on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hi.
Yep. Go ahead and put our cameras back on.
Don't mind me.
Well, I mean, it was like
Stuff my
20
face.
minutes, and I figured that was long enough for break.
Okay, so what are you going to do in front of the camera to entertain everybody? Tell me.
Yeah.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling.
Get over here, Glenn. Get on camera. Get on it.
Get up on it.
Do a dance.
I'm just gonna stuff my face. I'll do it seductively if that helps.
That might actually get us some viewers.
We've talked about this.
You know, eating cameras, yes.
Yeah.
So.
And pull down my shirt a little bit while I do it.
All right, then. Yeah.
Mm.
So.
There isn't an app, really, there
For what?
for this Wise camera.
The one that they can't see.
Yeah, the ones that they can't see.
The Wise camera failed its wisdom check.
Okay, you can look at it through your phone app, but I'm like, well, where's the Windows app? Where's the streaming app?
So Glenn is trying to get a new camera working. That's what you guys don't understand yet.
This is Hypothetical Heroes Behind the Scenes.
That's right.
You'll see. We're so entertaining.
So we go in there, we check the mausoleum. If there's something
Bring it on,
great.
Bethany. I thought that was Benny
Yeah.
out there.
If not, we go
What?
back to Sir Powell's houses.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell?
Cameras are running.
The cameras are running.
Yep.
Yep. We've been talking.
Sorry,
I was
it
eating
took so long. I
seductively
was
for them.
having some heart-to-heart time.
With your bathroom?
Yep.
All right.
And the toilet needed some love.
Hakuna Matata.
No, I was talking to Vicky.
What a wonderful world. Hakuna Matata.
All right. So what were we talking about?
Well, he can't get the camera to work right, and I was talking about, well, if we get caught again, we run back to Paladin and make pals a lot and hide underneath his skirt or something. I don't know yet.
Speak for yourself.
I mean, I'm just
He's too
saying.
big. TK's too big to fit under a skirt. Shoot.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying.
Super Saiyan. All right. So we are back. You guys have sort of determined that Polyp is, generally speaking, the truth. She may be a necromancer by the looks of it,
Let's talk about that.
and admittance,
Why
but
is my camera shaking?
oh, my bad. Probably isn't.
Drummer gonna drum.
Yep, drummer gonna do. Probably isn't the necromancer that you're looking for. Odd coincidence, but seems to be a coincidence nonetheless.
This is not the necromancer.
Can you help us find the necromancer that we are looking for?
Yeah, I mean, you guys probably pal around with each
actually,
other, right?
No. I don't
So-
know who he is.
Or
There's not
she.
like-
Or she.
Sexist.
There's not like a secret necromancer. Like
I
hobo
honestly-
language.
honestly, if I could, I would find him myself.
Necromancy
because
can't.
this is the day that I have
like
been
druids.
I have been fearing is that his work would be confused for my own or my.
Have you
Presence
tried another
here.
line of work, maybe, you know?
How long have you been looking for the necromancer? I'm gonna start thumbing through my wanted posters.
Not very long. A few days.
Since I've seen his. What's the word I'm looking for?
Handiwork.
Handiwork. Only a few days passed
Where have you seen his handiwork?
throughout
Yeah.
the city of the dead.
A couple different places.
Walking skeletons
Did you just see the skeletons, or do you know where they came from?
I've only seen the work. I have not seen the necromancer himself.
What you guys want to do?
I think we should still patrol.
I mean, we can take a look and see what's in this crypt here. Was this random crypt or what?
I mean, yeah. There's probably a name on it. It's I don't know, House Tooth Fairy.
Told you.
They do exist.
No, I'll look for a name on this particular.
We can continue our patrol, but if the other man finds her, I think he'll arrest her.
No. She's not leaving our side. I'm watching her the entire time. Is that a her?
As far as you can tell, it's a her.
I am in fact a her.
I already said. It's ma'am! I'm watching her.
What's the name of this crypt? I'm standing by.
I just told you, it's House Tooth Fairy.
For real?
Why not?
Sure,
Oh my
why
god.
not? One name's as good as
Who
another.
wants to explore the tomb of a Tooth Fairy?
They're a very wealthy dentist family.
All right then.
Here they are.
Should look into their sources.
That's right.
Let's continue
File
the
down
patrol,
your
I
face.
suppose.
Well, let's keep looking around, shall we?
Do we search around here? Do we search around everywhere else? Let's do some search checks.
Make some investigation rolls.
Yeah. You.
I see nothing!
Yeah.
13.
Under 10.
What's that?
13.
Under 10.
13.
21.
Damn, girl!
She knows what she's looking
Orcs
for.
make beautiful lovers.
I've been here.
Well-
I've seen some shit.
Yeah, you know the area pretty well. You do find some like skeletal. Like, after you guys walk for a while, you guys walk around. It's not right by here, but you guys continue patrolling around. You actually do catch some like skeletal footprints in like grass, but they kind of disappear. Like they're not fresh. So you find some evidence, but you can't really tell like where they're going or where they came from.
There are some footprints over here.
Which way did they go?
Which way
That
did
I
they go,
cannot
George?
say.
They're footprints, right? So they gotta be getting
That way.
You want to tell.
You can say which way. Like you follow them for a few feet, and then they just kind of like stop.
Or all survival checks.
I'm actually more interested in where they came from.
Or all survival check to find out where they came from.
Okay.
13.
You can't. You follow them for a few feet, and they just kind of lose. Them.
Same. And I got another 21.
You follow them for a few feet, and you can't tell where they came from.
You want the 21?
Well,
I think they might have just come out of the ground, Captain. I mean, being skeletons, they
Does,
bodies.
does Polyp smell of death?
Make a perception check.
Okay. Now, if this is based on smelling, I do get advantage on that.
Okay.
Okay. Totally right. That's 20.
It's faint. She did say she spends a lot, like she's kind of survives off of grave robbing, so it's not that odd that she would. It's not a powerful scent like she's, rolling around in dead things all the time.
You smell.
But if she does, the fact that she is in and out of crypts probably on a semi-regular basis, just a faint.
So I guess what I want to do is the Wolverine thing and kind of like sniffing outwards, or trying to smell outwards, see if I can pick that up in the wind somewhere, coming from a different direction.
Okay. The graveyard just there's too much here for you to really pinpoint like yeah, you kind of smell death going off in every direction, you know, like it's you can't really track anything.
Yeah.
Do you guys plan on heading over to the Castle Inner Crypt at all?
I think we should.
Yeah, we're here. We might as well.
I think we should probably investigate.
Yeah, I guess so.
Let's head over that way.
Okay.
Let's try to approach quietly.
Okay. Are we trying to stealth?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we do stealth.
All right.
Casually.
Glenn, you have advantage on your.
Oh, he's gonna help.
I'm sneaky AF.
I rolled a 3 and a 7, so
That's 7 total.
that's 7 total. Yeah.
7
20.
total.
20. Boom.
Blah, blah. 7.
7.
Yeah.
So 2 7s,
16.
16, and 2 20s.
But I think I'm quiet because my boots feel so good.
So any of you who wish to, we're going to do this again. Anyone who wish to may take disadvantage, so roll again on your stealth check. Any of you who did well. You take the worst of your 2 numbers, but it will apply. You can cover for one of the 2 7s, basically.
I'll do that.
If you think that if you think you can roll above that on a second roll, essentially.
What's the worst you can have? Make more noise than me?
16.
So you had 2 16s essentially.
Yeah.
All right. So your 16 covers for one. Which one of the 2 of them are you trying to cover for?
Correct.
All right. So Silas.
Silas, yeah. Sorry.
It's fine.
That's cockeyed.
That's cockeyed.
Cockaboo.
That right there is perfect. That's a 19, and I'm obviously going to cover
Okay.
for
So you're
Area.
both at a 19. The 2 of you are at a 16. And Yar's at a 20. All right. So you guys creep through the City of the Dead back towards the northern side, and you kind of get close to where the map. You can see the depiction of what's on the map.
Right.
And follow. Are you following along the roads themselves, or are you trying to stay like sort of among the graves and statues and things like that for cover?
You need to stay off the paths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the near the graves and stuff for cover.
Okay. You see sort of about 30 feet ahead of you a large mausoleum, ornate stonework and whatnot, and this looks to be House Castelliner's mausoleum. Make investigation rolls, everybody.
I don't know why I even bother.
15.
4.
15.
15's the highest.
They're not too difficult to spot. There are a few city guard just sort of like standing around.
Mm-hmm.
They don't seem overly attentive to what's going on. Kind of chit-chatting or whatever. It's late. They seem like they've probably been out here for a little while, and they're just kind of getting bored of standing out here in the middle of the night, but nothing really happening. They're not even standing like right in front of the doors or anything like that. They're just kind of standing general area in front of the crypt itself. Does anybody want to kind of creep closer, or what do you guys want to do?
If you try to sneak everything around them, not a great idea, but
Is there a,
Can I,
is there like a fence
We get there
surrounding
when
this
the
crypt like the
second
other
one.
one?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I could.
It's sort of so they're like outside this gate here. So like if this were the mausoleum, like it's bigger. It's actually much bigger than this is. But there's like a gate and a sort of a fence similar to this. They're kind of out here, just sort of milling around. You could try to scale somewhere else around the thing, get in, and potentially sneak into the place without being noticed.
Should we go?
Or you could try to take out the guards. I don't know what you... I mean...
Can I cast...
Let's choke 'em out.
I'm going to cast blind deafness on them.
No.
And that way they
What's the
can't
range
see
on
us.
They're blind and deaf, so they're gonna
Or
be able,
blinded or deafened.
Yeah,
so
they're gonna be able to
we'll-
yell out when they can't see and call us.
I don't think so.
Can we do blindness
Yeah,
on
no.
one and deafness on the other?
What was that?
So he sees
Well,
it, but he can't
it's-
hear
I
that
believe
he
it's
sees
only
it.
one target per cast, correct?
I wouldn't do anything to them.
It's
'cause
necromantic, so I get a 5-foot
Again,
radius.
we're not
That's
with
for
you.
cantrips.
Yeah,
okay.
it's one. It's the
But
second
it's
level,
kind
so
of
yeah,
fun.
it's one per cast.
Though no, I can do it without. I can just cast it anytime, once a day.
Yeah, you can cast it once per day because you're race. But it still would take 2 actions to do both of them.
I think Yar should go and try to get in there and see if the door's unlocked. If it is locked, he needs to pick it.
HHI was to keep on sneaking around and stealthing. Maybe we can go around to the back of the area of this fence. And try to get in through that way.
Alternatively, and this is just me spitballing another idea, cause a distraction.
Yeah.
Throw the guards away.
Oh, I can disguise myself. I have disguise self.
Or we can use thaumaturgy.
I don't know.
That's a thought.
Further away, I mean,
What do you think, TK? With antithetical? Give me a number crunch.
Distracting the guards.
What are
would
the
be
odds?
useful.
Odds are about 28.33. Hitting, of course.
Never tell me the odds!
That's about what we normally do here.
The distraction would have to last long enough for us to get into the mausoleum.
We'd have to lead them on a goose chase. That would not be available either.
Then we have to worry about getting out of the mausoleum.
Mm-hmm.
Can I disguise myself as a skeleton and have them try to follow me?
So that
Like, why wouldn't that work?
disguise self.
Oh, that'll work.
And then they can just follow me. And...
Oh boy.
Disguise.
What?
That's a little beyond the power of disguise self.
Okay.
So if you look up,
I don't know what it says.
All I think is
obviously-
this shape change into like a skeleton, like a round. Just like running around, jumping on both mailboxes and crap like that.
doing a dance.
Doing the dance.
Yeah.
Let's
That's
see,
the old like
disguise.
1940s cartoon.
Yeah.
Disguise self. So you make yourself, including your clothing, armor, and weapons, and other belongings on your person, look different until the spell ends or until you use your action to dismiss it. You can seem 1 foot shorter or taller, or appear thin, fat, or in between. You can't change your body type, so you can't
Okay.
become male.
No.
So you must adopt a form that has the same basic arrangement of limbs. Otherwise, the extent of the illusion is up to you. So basically, you could potentially change like your skin tone, so you couldn't look. Well, you could maybe make yourself look kind of like more.
undead.
Yeah,
No.
could I make myself look undead?
Well, that might be difficult. I
That's
mean,
nice.
you could make yourself look kind of like grayish and or like lighter gray or more.
Look, if you
That's-
want them
that's
to
and
chase
then-
you, you don't have to look like undead.
Right.
You can just.
You can also
yell at
just
them.
you can also
like
just make
yourself.
yourself look like city guard.
It's true too. And
Just
then
walk up into the alley and go,
You're relieved.
I've got, yeah.
Go
you know
ahead.
what, actually, fuck it.
It's like,
I can do that.
when do we start hiring gnomes for city
You make
guards?
yourself look like city
I'm
guard.
just gonna make
You
myself
can
look
make
like
yourself a
city
foot
guard.
taller.
Let them know
That's
that the
When do we start hiring
commander has
halflings for
told
city
them they are
guard?
relieved, and there's no threat at this.
Okay, you cast a spell, so mark off one of your first level spells for the day.
No, because I can do that by myself.
Oh, that's right. You can.
anytime.
That's one of the ones you can do once per day. So, all right. So you change yourself to look. You look at them. You see what their armor and outfits look like. You make yourself look a little bit taller, and you kind of change your skin hue a little lighter.
"Oh, good, so good in the collar,
And
rabbit and a hat."
and a bat and a 6'4" Impala. And so you guys see Polyp sort of quietly cast a spell, and then she appears to sort of grow about a foot. Her skin tone kind of becomes more of like a less dark, more kind of not quite pink, but just sort of like a closer to a normal sort of pinkish, fleshy tone. And she appears to have hair and like a helm and armor and weapons similar to the guard. And she begins walking up to them. So what exactly are you saying to them? Just the commander said that they're relieved?
Yes, and it's not going to work.
Well, I find
So make a
big
perception check.
tombstone
Or not perception, persuasion check.
Intelligence.
No, persuasion check.
Oh, but this guy's self is intelligence. That's
Right.
why I did intelligence, but...
No, well, yeah, that doesn't matter.
Oh.
Make a persuasion check.
Should I roll it again?
Yeah, go ahead and roll it.
That's a little bit
That's,
better.
it's only slightly better.
Yeah, no, it doesn't even add anything. So.
Well, you get a 7 total.
So you have a 7 total. Well, they may roll like shit.
They get a 1?
I rolled a 1. I'm not joking. You can look at this
Thank you, Jesus.
right here. I'm not joking.
Thank you,
That is a
D&D
1.
Jesus.
I'm not kidding.
Thank you,
Alright,
guys.
checks out! Seems legit.
Yeah. So like you walk over, like they're barely even paying attention to you. Like you walk over, and they're kind of just chit chatting. They're like, "Oh God, we've been out here all night. Why did the commander send us out on these stupid missions just because some nut job goes into the magistrate and makes some outlandish claim? We have to be up all night. This is freaking dumb." And then you kind of walk up and you're like, "Hey, commander said, calling everybody off. You can go home." Whatever, and they like barely. They just sort of glance at you real quick. Notice that you look kind of like gardish, and they're just like, "Oh, thank God!" And they just kind of like walk off.
This is useful. We should keep one of these ourselves.
He's dead.
Told you not to attack her.
So yeah,
Trust her. Witchcraft.
Yeah, what did you do?
Spells too.
Not changing my figure.
You're just
I look
mad.
better than this.
Let's see, you're just mad because you can't change your figure, you fat ass.
You just jelly.
Make a bunch of jam.
You ain't ready for this jelly.
So yeah, the guards just you see her walk up. You don't really hear what she says. You're far enough back. You can't quite. You hear her mutter something, and then you see the guards just kind of like, "Oh, cool. Oh, fuck it." They just like walk off.
Let's go get a drink.
It's free. You guys can walk up.
I'll take those 23.3% odds now.
That's literally never happened before.
Oh my God, that actually
You're
worked.
like, "Oh God,
That
competence. What do we do?"
Let's go to the door. and
Okay,
see
let's
it
not
open,
let's
if it's locked or
not
anything
make this
like
skip horse in the mouse. Let's go.
So the gate itself that kind of goes into the little courtyard of the mausoleum, it's open. There's no lock there. You can kind of go up to it.
I oil it first.
I'm gonna take care of this bear.
I just pee on it.
Peas oil. But it's like really, it's like oil after like you need an oil change though. It's like thick and viscousy and like,
Well,
black.
I'll
Yeah. Speaking of which, we need to get an oil change in the car.
We also need to fix our windshield.
We also need to fix our windshield.
Anyways.
What's going on?
So we but the door to the mausoleum, it's the crypt itself, appears to have a big sort of lock on it.
Okay. Well, I want to see if it's like magically locked. I want to check this thing out and make certain that there's no traps on this thing.
Make an investigation.
Because I wouldn't put it past any rich people to like trap their lock or put an arcane lock on their gates like some other companies did.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely possible.
I got an 18 on that, Captain.
18. Alright. 1 second. I'm sorry, what did you say?
18.
So, yeah, you're able to pick the door, pick the lock pretty easily. Or, I'm sorry, yeah.
There's no problems with the.
Yeah, there's no. You don't see anything like that stands out as
Trap,
being like
nothing like
trapped
that,
or
or-
magical in nature or anything like that.
Okay. Well, this.
So now you want to try to pick it?
Yeah.
All right. So make a dexterity check.
Okay, thieves tool.
Yeah.
Thieves tools check. You gotta be fucking kidding me. That'd be a 9. Can I roll again?
Don't you get advantage with that or something?
Yeah, maybe tell me.
I thought that's what thieves' tools did for you.
No, thieves tools just allow you to make the check at all.
Oh.
Without thieves tools, you cannot make the check.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's another? I can. Either broke the lock or
So
do
you
it
spend
open.
about 5 minutes on it. You can't get it open. You can try again. It's going to keep taking more time.
I mean,
I assist you.
Does the lock look like it's in good condition?
It actually looks like it's in very good condition.
Looks almost new.
I think I just sneezed. Hang on. Son of a bitch! Same thing.
So you are struggling. You are struggling real bad.
Well, I just can't believe.
I think we need to try to brute force in this TK.
You could try to do that.
TK's looking at the lock, and I don't know that that's a good idea.
Can I freeze it and break it? Which
How
chill
would
touch?
idea.
You could try.
Because I have chill touch, and I mean that's one of my
That's just like, be like
cantrips.
It would be just like breaking open the lock, and people would find out that we've been here.
At this point, what's different?
We don't want to know we came here.
Try one more time.
Oh wait, I'm gonna give you guidance.
Thank you. Please do.
Right.
That gives me
What
plus
is
three.
guidance just
It
advantage?
gives you adds 1d4 to ability check,
Alright, so
and I'm touching you to do it.
Oh boy.
she's like, you can do it!
Finally! 19, 20, 26.
Yes. At this point, it takes you a good 15 minutes sitting there fucking with it. You're like, this is a really fucking good lock.
I'm gonna keep this lock afterwards, Captain.
And you eventually, after you've been struggling with it, Polyp walks over and places her hand on you and is like,
I just want you to know good luck. We're all counting on you.
that's right. And
this.
when she does this, you actually feel energy pass from her into you.
It's all tingly.
Yeah, and you gain a degree of confidence from it, and it almost seems like as you're picking, there's some sort of divine guidance to your fingers. Right when you think you're gonna make a mistake, like you don't, and you continue on, and you're able to pop it.
All right, finally.
Um,
All right.
Good for 1 minute.
well, except he just used it because it's only on one roll for up. So, you
Oh, let's build it
yeah you pop the lock off.
Yep.
The lock falls to the ground.
in.
Keep the lock.
Okay.
You know, just in case we need to put it back on.
All right, you pocket the lock.
Lock, lock.
I'll
Lock,
go
lock.
in first.
By all means.
Alright, I'll get my shield, and I'll pull out my mace.
Okay.
Macy, mace. I don't know if that's big enough or not, but
So, going to
if you
move.
open that one up, you can pull it up and there's something inside it. I don't know if you're gonna use that or not.
Oh no, that is not
I'm not
big enough
I
for
didn't figure it would be, but you know.
this particular
It's a
crypt.
deep dungeon.
Is a
I mean, it's all.
The darkest dungeon.
I just put the tiles together.
It looks really good, Nate. Although it does say willing creature, were you consensual in this act?
Yes.
I did not ask for consent, so
Consent
I am
is
sorry.
sexy.
Inside is a king crab mech. We're all die.
so you said
Let's
you're
go.
going in first, right?
Yeah.
Welcome to die. Yes.
What's the marching order after you?
I'll go in next.
Yes, put me after him.
Are you taking up the rear, or is somebody else taking up the rear?
I'm small and tiny, I guess I don't know. I guess I'll be
No, you're in front of me. I don't trust you.
I'm fine.
All right.
Because I haven't helped you guys at all.
So
Hey, don't trust you. Don't know
um,
you? Don't trust you.
there's actually also there's a number of sort of coffins around the sides and corners of this place, and actually right here instead of tile instead of floor, there's actually a very large, about 10-foot wide staircase that dips down further underground.
Is it lit?
In here, it is. Yes, there seems to be continual flame torches inside.
Do the thing.
Do it, Doug. Do all these have flip?
He takes down a wall.
Little switches down at the bottom.
Oh.
All the ones that have the torches
Oh,
on.
good.
They flicker.
Nice.
Ooh, nifty.
Fancy.
Yeah. Here, have like our heroes. We are tech savvy.
We just haven't gotten around to painting yet.
Yeah. It's, all right. It's a crypt. They don't need to be painted.
Well, they're fairly new.
I mean, theater of the mind's cool and all, but you can't flicker those lights.
That's right.
In my mind, they always flickered.
Your mind is a flicker.
Yes.
I count.
That is true.
All right. So, what do you guys want to do?
I will
That's
step in.
so cool.
It looks like who's the one with the bow and who's the one in front of him?
TK is in the front, and then Yar's
Holding up
behind.
the bow and he's like, holy shit!
Give me all your rivals.
Alright, I'll step in.
Checking for traps.
You're all the way in the back. You're not checking for traps. Are you checking for traps?
I'll look. I don't expect to see anything.
Make an investigation roll.
I was like, I don't.
Yeah, 14.
You don't see any.
I step in.
Is anybody else following it?
Yeah,
Nope.
I go
Sure,
in.
why not?
I go into.
Step where I step. Touch nothing.
I step where you step. I touch nothing.
Oh, you did it so well.
Thank you.
Where were you in the early 80s?
I was
We
Not born
not
yet.
non-existent.
Shut the fuck up.
I
So,
was a young child.
do you head down the stairs? You want to investigate this room? What do you want to do?
I'm gonna.
Actually, everybody make a perception check.
I perceive the hell out of
Finally.
this place.
13.
What?
23.
Oh, sheet.
23.
23.
No, I got a
Eyes wide open.
perception.
eyes wide shut here.
Where am I?
Nah.
Oh, I got 8.
You're lost in an orgy fantasy.
Like most days.
Yeah.
So, you notice. Well, you had a 23. What was?
Yes.
I got
He
8.
was the highest.
21.
Two of you notice as you walk in that there is human-sized footprints in sort of like the dust, like the dust on the floor has sort of been disturbed, sort of going down the stairs into the crypt beneath. And then they seem, they obviously would be relatively fresh, otherwise the dust sort of would have covered.
Do they look like nifflers? What is it?
Those look fresh or
other
recent.
thing,
You don't know.
Nimble right.
Nimble right. You don't know.
Okay.
You don't see any coming back up. You only see some
Going down.
Going down.
going down.
I mean, we've seen number right's footprints before. I guess we kind of recognize it.
Well,
These
They
look more humanoid.
Okay.
They seem a little wider in stature than the
Wider in
Nimblewites.
stature
They're very narrow.
everyone
Gotcha.
get inside and shut the doors.
Indeed. Let's get inside. Let's shut the door.
So everybody goes inside.
Move
we
along.
Shut the
Move
doors.
Sure, why not?
Does everybody go inside and then we shut the door?
Yep.
Hey. Yeah. Do that.
Making our purpose clear, so there's no misunderstanding.
I'll put the lock back on, but I won't lock it.
You can't
Well, it's
put
on
it
the
back
outside.
on because
Well, I'm not gonna.
Put it on the
door's
door.
locked. Yeah,
Oh.
on the door.
You're just kind of hanging the thing.
Yeah, I'm just hanging the
Like,
door.
passively.
Hey,
From a distance, it
whatnot.
looks locked,
yeah.
but if you get up close, it's really not.
And on a casual inspection, it'll just look like the lock's there.
Yeah.
You guys start walking down the steps, I assume?
I will, unless anybody wants to stop and investigate this room.
I'll stop and investigate the room just to be safe.
Then I'll stand at the top of the stairs and wait to see something.
I
10.
got 24.
It's probably whatever we've done here is gonna probably be go downstairs.
24.
Well, I don't know.
For you,
I got a 24 for investigation.
on the stairs themselves?
No, I'm just looking around the room.
In the room.
Oh, that's. You see some coffins.
Yeah.
Do they look like they were recently put there?
Not
no,
disturbed. Nothing.
They're like, cause like, based on the data, the lock and the coffins, there's a coffin. What lock? There's a lock with newer than the coffins that have been there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. I investigated 0.
Yeah. It seems, other than the footprints in the dust heading down the stairs, seems like everything's in order. Pretty standard
Okay. All right. Well,
crypt.
all right. We head downstairs.
Proceed down the stairs.
That's right.
You guys descend about 20 feet underground. The air becomes damp. There's sort of the stone walls of the crypt are sort of
earthy and moldy.
Yeah, earthy and moldy, wet a bit. The place is still well kept. It's not like it's disgusting along the place. Like nobody comes down here and keeps the place. It's a wealthy, noble house's crypt. They have people that care for the place.
Yeah,
But still,
sure.
you're deep underground, so you have sort of this wetness on the stone walls, and it builds up a little bit of mildew and stuff. As you
feel that goes clean down here.
as you continue to walk the bottom of the stairs, you see some more stone sort of coffin sarcophagi in alcoves on your left and right. Ahead, you see 3 robed figures
Oh, we're not being stealthy at all.
on the ground.
Like prone?
Oh shit.
One or two of them are prone. One is sort of propped up against one of the stone sarcophagi at the end of the hallway.
Well,
Are they alive?
Are they all together at the end of the hallway? Or?
They're kind of clumped together. Like there's so the hallway kind of goes. You have some sarcophagi on the sides. There's another sarcophagi at the very sort of end, and it looks like it turns 90 degrees to your right.
Okay.
At the very end where it would turn, you see 2 bodies kind of laying prostrate on the ground. And then the sarcophagus that's at the very, very end, there's one that's sort of like propped up and sort of slumped a bit on the floor. So they're all within like about 5-10 feet of each other.
Okay. Is there any indication about what happened to them? Is there any blood?
From this distance, you're about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You're about 40, 45 feet away. It's hard to tell.
I'm going to stay here. I'm going to sneak up to him. I got a 17 stealth.
Okay.
To move up to him.
You sort of get down low. You move very with purpose to make sure that your metal feet don't clank on the stone floors too much. And you approach. There's no movement from any of them. As you get closer, you do see there's pools of blood beneath them.
Okay. I'm going to peek around the corner.
You see it kind of continues on. You see some more alcoves sort of on the left and right of this hall. And then you see the end of the hall seems more like a rough natural stone or earthiness than like the finished stone walls that the rest of it is. And you kind of see like the end of what seems to be jutting out of like maybe another sort of like larger, more grandiose sarcophagi. But yeah, nothing else down there.
Okay. I'm going to motion for the group to move up.
all right.
Should we be stealthy?
Probably.
Oh yeah, I got the best stealth. I'm always the best stealth ever.
Is this a
Look at this.
Yeah.
3 and a 1.
is this
I
a
have
rocky
advantage and I
terrain?
still suck.
No,
Would this count as rocky terrain?
no, because it's cut stonework. It's not.
All right, 13.
Okay. 13. That's fine. Everybody, you guys move up behind TK, who's kind of at the corner. You're now like 2-3 feet away from all these bodies. You can see them pretty well. Again, it's still like everything's sort of lit, dimly lit by continual flame torches along, like sporadically placed along the walls. The robes you can see now. Everybody make just a flat intelligence check.
What do you know? 17.
18.
15.
Less than them.
You said 9?
15.
Oh, 15.
I said
You said 9. Alright. Everybody who got a 12 or better, well, the exception of you have a little bit different. You guys actually remember these robes? When you guys were in the City of the Dead the other night following the Nimble, you saw some people with robes kind of walking through like a group walking through the City of the Dead, and you kind of avoided them, you know? These robes look identical to those robes. They are sort of a, not quite crimson red, sort of a deep red color with some black trimming around the collars and hoods. Anybody who would like can make a medicine check. You have seen these people since you were alive. You've seen them in your sort of time in the cemetery as well. You've seen them walking around, and you always kind of got a weird vibe from them and kind of tried to you avoid most people in the cemetery because you're grave robbing. But you especially got weird vibes from these sort of cloaked people that you saw wandering the cemetery in recent nights.
I'm really mad because I don't have any of the things that I should have in this situation right
I think
now.
they're dead.
I got a nat 20 with the modifier as 23.
Can I take like a really short rest so I can just rearrange my shit real quick?
You could ask the group.
No.
Let me rememorize some spells here
You want to
so
rest
I
for an
can.
hour right here while this is going on?
So
Oh, no.
you notice
Last time we tried to do
that
we
the
got lost
bodies
like a kid.
seem to have numerous stab wounds, as well as you can see sort of on like the neck and face and hands where like they're not clothed, some sort of like their veins have turned kind of black, and it's indicative of what you've seen from like inflict wound spells, like necrotic damage from inflict wound spells, as well as numerous stabbings.
Would I know this?
Did you make a medicine check? Make a medicine check.
14.
Yes.
But I also know necrotic.
Right.
spells.
You definitely recognize the sort of black vein, the necrosis, as being from an inflict wound spell because you know that spell.
Yes, I definitely did, but something looks like something was done to them.
The one propped against the
During
sarcophagi,
life.
you notice, is still faintly breathing.
He's only mostly dead.
I'm going to.
That guy's alive.
I'm going
Barely.
to.
It's a female. It's 2 males and a female.
Sorry, that girl is alive.
I'm gonna spare the dying as a cantrip.
Okay.
Or does he have 0 current HP?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say that.
One living creature with 0 current HP becomes stable, so I'm gonna spare the dying so we can ask him what happened.
While she's doing that,
Okay.
I'm restraining this person.
Good call.
Okay. You have rope.
Cover the mouth.
Okay. So you restrain them. She's sitting there like just sort of slumped over. There's still blood under her. She is grievously wounded, but she has a faint sort of heave in her chest, still breathing, and
Where are we in relation to the road figures?
huh?
Where are we in relation to the road figures?
These are the robe figures.
Oh, okay. I guess I missed that.
Yeah, the robe figures are the ones that are dead, except for the one who's propped up and breathing.
Gotcha.
Polyp begins casting a spell saying that, she's going to sort of spare her. You begin going, whoa, 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 start tying up her legs and arms as you do so.
And I'll search her as well.
Okay, make an investigation check. The woman sort of like
Nope.
sits up, kind of seems to gain mild consciousness. She seems to sort of be out of it a bit still, breathing a little bit more uniformly, regularly, not quite as shallow. Still technically at 0 hit points, but seems to be stable. Like she's not going to. You're not going to lose her.
Check my wanted posters.
No. Well, let's see.
Look at the dead ones too.
Yeah, her definitely not. The one of them will say, yeah, but it's like it's not a big bounty. It's like 4 or 5 gold for like some like petty thievery type stuff.
Okay. Man.
The person's not overly important.
Search the bodies.
If
anybody else wants to do a thing.
Yeah.
You find some sort of ornately carved daggers on them. Make a religion check.
I'll show it to. Does it mean anything to
Anybody
you?
who wants to looks at the dagger, make a
I have a
religion
lot
check.
of religion. But that's not enough for religion. I got 11.
18.
16.
5.
Okay. Ariel and Silas, you look at it, and the dagger is, it's a very sharp, pointed, like a straight dagger. It's not curved or anything like that. The blade itself isn't overly ornate. It's a pretty standard straight dagger. But the hilt on it has a pentagram in the center with the blade guard around it looks to be like spiraled devil horns. You recognize the symbolism as that of Asmodeus. Both of you recognize it. Who you know that Asmodeus is the leader of the 9 hells. He is the devil.
The big boss.
It's like Ariel.
Morning
It's like Ariel, this
Bought
is
them in second edition.
From whence you came, you shall
it's
return.
like Ariel, you think what I'm thinking. These guys are
Devil worshippers.
like the devil worshippers.
Is the one
The
that's
devil.
still alive?
Bobby Boucher.
Foosball.
Able to be questioned? Like, is she coherent enough to be questioned? To talk?
Not right now. She's still like, she seems like she's kind of there, but she's kind of like, she's out of it. You'd probably need to like actually heal her to
Alright.
get
Um,
anything out of her.
well then I'm gonna go ahead and do Cure Wounds,
Okay, at first or second level.
first level.
Okay, mark it off. Polyp walks up.
I'm gonna have my hand over her mouth.
Okay. Roll 1d8 and add your wisdom modifier.
Where's the
Is it right there?
Polyp walks up and places her hand on.
There's a critical fail and she dies.
No, it doesn't matter. Add your wisdom modifier, which is what, 3? So you do 4
34.
points.
Yeah.
And just a faint glow of radiant energy passes from her hand into the woman, and you see some of her wounds
What does that mean?
start to close up a bit. Not a ton. but she's-
Spell level.
Opens her eyes.
So this is the first level spell. So
Oh yeah,
1d8 plus 1d8 plus first level plus
Quietly,
So
and I'll
1d8.
take my hand off of her mouth just enough for her to talk.
If you cast it,
Okay.
If she tries to scream or shout,
you make
then
another d8.
she.
Choke her out!
I'm gonna choke a bitch.
Nope.
She's a demon worshiper.
Okay.
She doesn't do anything.
She's a devil.
Are you with them?
Alright.
Are you?
So we got that. We already
Who
did
is
that, so
them?
that's fine.
No, that one. Alright.
Well,
What did she say?
are you?
Sorry.
Are you with them? No, don't hurt me. Go. Oh.
What we are doing down here?
Oh well. We were
Jacking up graves.
Devil worshiper.
we were told that there might be we were told that there might be an artifact being hidden here. We came to retrieve it.
For who?
some sort of magical rock stone.
Retrieve it for who?
Yes.
She's just sort of, we had orders from our our leader.
Who's
Who's
that?
here?
Who do you work for?
She says, well, Arn Zalrander, and he was leading us. Him and Cephia, when we found the orb, the rock, they turned on us, took it. She looks at the two dead bodies and starts sort of crying, attempted to dispose of the rest of us.
How many more of you are there?
Of all of us, there's many of us in Waterdeep, but that came down here, there was just 5.
1, 2, 3. So there's 2 more.
Yes, Arn and Cephia.
Orin and Cephia.
I just mentioned them.
I know. Just want to make sure at least 2 aren't Orin and Cephia.
Where was the orb?
No, Arn and Cephia took the orb and
Where was
she's
the
not.
orb?
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Where was the orb?
It was here and stored in one of the sarcophagi.
Can you point out
She-
which one it was?
The one I'm leaning against.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'll just move her over.
Take a look inside. Let's see what we got.
Make a strength check.
Trade you.
Yeah, I think let's flip it off here.
I'll do this one, so.
I rolled shitty. 14.
I rolled 22. Nat 20.
All right. Well, between the two of you, you managed to
20.
push the lid of the sarcophagi. You sort of
Ariel
open it, push
Picks it up and
ajar.
boomerangs it.
You look inside. There is there's a skeleton inside.
Are there any markings indicating whose sarcophagus this is?
Yeah, there's a name. A castle lantern. You
Okay.
know.
Random dead noble person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else in there aside from the skeleton? Anything bizarre, unusual?
No.
Okay. Close it up again.
Continue with your story.
That's it. We just came down to collect the orb, and Zarn, and once we found it, Arn and Cephia turned on the rest of us, decided to take it for themselves.
Where do you think they would go?
Probably back to where we hold most of our ceremonies, our hideout. It's the windmill in the southern ward.
Maybe on the southern border. Okay.
Can you tell us of your
Do we know if they're
leader?
using
Arn?
Arn is the leader.
it for? Do we know if they're using it for? What is the purpose of the orb?
Supposedly it's the key to great wealth.
I know, but that's all you know. Okay. Okay.
Well,
Are you well enough to go back to your house or whatever your group?
I'm not going back to the windmill after they just tried to kill me.
Oh, it's just 2 of them.
There's only 5 of them total.
No, but she said there's a lot more other ones. Maybe they're not all involved in it. Maybe
Well, I suggest you either lay low or maybe
kind of hard to believe they would
leave the
them
city
all down there.
at this point.
She sort of nods, like, oh, well, she's tied up, and she sort of nods. She's like, but I have a family. I'll need to do something.
Then get them out.
Okay.
Okay. Was there anything else we can glean from this? windmill, know the location of where it's at, maybe the names.
Yeah.
If there's more crypt, I don't know if we want to investigate deeper or not.
Well,
We have. Have you ever seen a Nimblewright?
I mean, sure, they have them in the parades sometimes.
Are those the only Nimblewrights you've seen?
Yeah. Well, I think Temple of Gond, maybe.
So it still doesn't explain why the Nimblewright had this marked on the map, unless they was after the same ward.
Well, make an intel.
Unless there was a place to stash the stone. Perhaps.
9.
Paladin.
13. An intelligence check.
You
As I'm starting to draw things together here.
you
but-
think that the Nimblewright was in possession of the orb
and
and stashed it here?
And that Nimblewright probably stole it from what's his nuts, who was going to deliver it to
You guys.
to us,
Okay.
the halfling.
So the Nimblewright killed the halfling, stole the orb,
Ran
to House Galrund,
hid out
then
there,
hid out there, and then left there,
came here,
came here,
Stashed
stashed it,
and then bolted
and
again,
then bolted again.
and then was hiding in her trash when we found it.
Right.
Okay.
They're still working on trying to get more information from that Nimblewright right now. So
I have no
Alright,
idea
so-
what you're talking about.
there's a whole thing.
So it looks like the stone or orb has already been retrieved by
Alright, so
people
I'm
in
going
this
to
group.
open up the sarcophagus again
Okay.
and stick one of her friends in it,
No, okay, all right.
Okay.
and then close it up. And then I'll open up another one and stick the other friend in there. And then
Okay.
close it up.
Do you need to strict
Clean
checks
up
for
the
those?
mess.
Idea before you leave. What's his nuts upstairs? The paladin who thinks he's all that. He's
Benson?
still looking for an necromancer, right? Doesn't necessarily need to be a living thing.
I like the cut of your jib, sir.
My jib is very cut. Like, if we found him, or we got into, they got into an altercation together, stabbed each other. Here you go.
So we pass off
We
one.
stabbed them.
No, I don't like that. That's lying.
Shut up.
What do we care about?
Because I'm supposed to be the one that finds him.
As long
We
as
tried
it's
to
not
apprehend
me.
them. They fought. We had to kill them in self-defense.
But didn't. Well, I wouldn't know that.
You don't know anything about.
I have no idea what's
Then you
going on.
let's hear another plan you got.
You're
Let's-
just.
let's
You
keep
feel like
looking for the
you
necromancer.
feel like you just got roped into something way bigger than you anticipated.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't
Yes, but
going
now
to
what if
get
the
The
necromancer,
necromancer
is
is
one of these
found.
two aren't, or
Do you
is-
want to hand
Are you
over the living one?
Let's not do that.
Or one of those the necromancer?
Oh, the other living one.
Possible.
Okay, I heard she's fine.
TK's just looking at, like, if his eyes could get bigger, they would be. Like,
I mean, I'd have to see the person doing necromancy to say that they were a necromancer.
for the love of God. Is she
I-
fired? I think she's
I
fired.
think she's fired.
No,
What
because
are you?
if we say it was a necromancer
You're
and it's not the
tiefling?
necromancer, and then the necromancer's still doing things, then I get egg on my face. for
Yes,
not
but it
finding the real
solves
one.
the situation now.
We think it looks like a necromancer. We think
It
it's a
walks like a
necromancer.
necromancer. It walks like a necromancer.
It probably raises dead like a necromancer. I don't know.
Look, they're devil worshippers, right?
That doesn't make them necromancers.
Aren't-
She,
what's
the
worse?
lady is just standing
TK
there.
is
She's like,
walking. I'm leaving. I'm walking out of the crypt at this point.
she,
I'm so done.
Did you untie the woman?
No.
So she's like, are you going to untie me?
Hang on, just relax. I'll get to you in a moment. Like, look, we need a solution to
I'm
this
locking the
problem
door
now.
when I'm out.
Good Lord. I'm grabbing a body.
This is not my issue. I'm going to walk out behind you.
Oh my
I
god.
don't know what's going on here. Excuse me.
So you like
As long as you're not turning me in for something.
I mean, we can untie the what's her nuts. I don't care.
I was getting ready to untie her.
Yeah, it's fine. You can do that if you want to. I'm grabbing a dead body.
Oh, okay.
They're both in the sarcophaguses.
I'll open up the sarcophagus and get that out.
Okay. Okay. You pull one of the dead bodies out.
Yeah, I pull my dagger out and I cut her bounds.
Okay. She's like, oh, thank you. Thank you. By the way, what? We aren't necromancers. What are they talking about?
You're worshippers of some kind, but yeah, I don't think. Shh. We're looking for a
Find your
particular
family. Get out of the city.
person
Don't talk
who
to
deals in necromancy. Do the other two that did this to you, are they of that sort?
No, we just. I mean, sure.
Well, they are now,
we
apparently.
We worship Asmodeus, but I mean, we don't have any magic.
Okay. Well, insight check.
Yeah, sure.
14.
She seems to be. She seems to tell the truth. Like,
This is like the Pat Robertson and Asmodeus. Like, it's not really like any actual affiliation, just conning people out of their fucking money.
like, you know, she seems to be. First off, you can tell that she's being forthcoming with information because she obviously seems betrayed by the people she once trusted, and so she's sort of like, fuck those people,
Yeah.
right?
What the fuck?
But I mean, you notice like under the robes, like you can kind of see, she's got very, like, her clothing underneath is very sort of typical of a standard commoner of Waterdeep. She's not
noble.
No, she's not noble. She's not
Sea levels.
like even the people who's like you can kind of see like they've been ruffled. Like they're just wearing standard clothes underneath. These are just people that got roped into a cult. They're not wizards. They're not nobles. There's nothing special about them. They've just been brought into a cult.
Okay,
Well, let's get you out of here.
While we're walking her up, you guys have been here a while. Have you noticed any kind of necromancy going on around here? Come on. I mean, other than Shorty McShort here.
I already walked out. I don't know what you're talking about.
Shorty McShort up there.
Well, we kind of I haven't noticed any. We've only been here a few times.
Nothing seen any.
Usually just to gather materials for rituals and things like that. But,
Okay.
So how did you know to come looking for the orb this time?
Because
Arn
we
had
work for the
information?
Centaur.
Okay. I think we got enough here. She's untied. You want to carry the dead bodies up? Okay, let's go. I've been there too long. I'm get the heebie-jeebies.
At this point, we might be able just to turn it over to her and let her use a dead body if it can't use anything else. I don't care.
There you go.
All she has to do is lose the robe. Now she's one of us. The dead guys look like necromancers. Unless they interrogate them with speak with dead, they won't know any different.
then they would be necromancers.
This
Okay.
And if some parties have a moral issue with this resolution,
I have a moral issue with this resolution.
Oh
well,
my God.
allow us to walk away before you resolve it.
So
Alright,
you
so-
would like me to disguise them with my robes?
No.
No, you're saying the robes they already have make them look enough like potential
Oh.
necromancers that.
So I should lose my robes that make me look like I'm an necromancer.
I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
I do have some common
Or
clothes.
do you still look at city guard?
Yeah, you got. You also
Did
have
you
your
ever
armor and
drop
stuff
your
on.
vision?
I do have
Yeah,
my
the
mail
other
on, my
massacre
chainmail
minute or so.
on.
It hasn't been that long.
a minute to go downstairs and find these guys and interrogate them and
And longer than
tie
that,
them and tame them
but-
on.
Well, it did take us an hour.
It's.
Real time.
I mean,
It
at
took
this
15
point,
minutes to pick the lock.
it did take like 15-20 minutes just to pick it up.
Okay. So
At
now what
this
do we do?
point, it's probably
Is it 1 o'clock yet?
Oh God, no. It's maybe 10:30, 11.
Okay.
It's a bonus.
What
we
is
get to
1 o'clock?
walk around and
Well,
do some
can
more
we-
random encounters until then.
This
Can
is
we
a
still
bonus
look
hit?
around and then
Bonus hit.
1 o'clock we
Without a
meet
doubt.
them? Are we still gonna look around for the next?
So when you guys get out,
Absolutely.
do you let the woman go? Like, what do you guys do with her?
TK's out of shits to give.
Okay.
I don't even give a shit. Like, she
mean-
seems to be forthright. And
Yeah, like I don't lead her all the way out, but I lead her like and kind of walk her a little bit on the path. Like if you follow this path, you'll eventually get, find your way out of here.
the best thing that she could possibly do would be to get the hell out of town.
Well, if you
Yeah.
turn this in like that little boy, I'm coming after you. Coming after you.
Don't mind her.
We don't
Yeah.
want to lie about the status of some dead people, but we'll take revenge on the living.
Eyes on you and you.
Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow. Dishonor. Dishonor.
There's on
Dishonor.
you. There's on you.
All right. So she's just sort of like, thank you.
We call
Thank you
her
for.
the chameleon.
She looks at you and she's like, thank you, and she looks at Polyp. She's like, thank you for saving me. And she just sort of looks at you all and then turns and just sort of like.
You owe her your life now.
She doesn't run quickly, but
It's
she,
a life
as quickly as she can, her injured state sort of hobbles off into the darkness down the
Don't
path.
fall. You
Okay.
might kill yourself.
Lock the door behind us and
All right. Lock the door.
get back on our
Get out of
patrol. Sweet Jesus.
The rest of the night goes pretty uneventfully, wandering around. I'm assuming you take your priest vestments off, your
fact,
robes.
yes.
And then eventually, starts getting close to 1 o'clock. You guys meet back at the gate, and what did we say his name was?
Ambrose Butler.
Ambrose. What?
Alabaster.
Alabaster.
Mythbuster.
Mythbuster.
Mythbuster. Yeah.
Alabaster Bassmaster.
I guess
I like
I'm
that
I'm
one.
carrying the dead guy.
Yeah, we had an altercation with him.
Ambrose Everdon.
In fact,
meets you
put him in
back
your
there.
neck.
Yeah.
So he meets you there, and he's like, "So, did you find anything? My night was pretty uneventful."
I tossed the net down on the ground.
You tossed the what?
The net with the body in it.
Oh, you have just one body.
Good
Yeah.
body.
Okay, we
Just
took
the,
the one.
just the one.
We took the one.
Okay.
Just
What about the other body?
Still
still
in the
the
crypt.
sarcophagus.
Oh,
He's like, oh, so this is it, huh? This was the necromancer.
I think so. I mean, it was.
Does he realize there's an additional person that wasn't there before?
He doesn't seem to care.
Okay, cool.
We tried to interrogate and he fought.
Well, yeah. That's fine. Not like we need, a living necromancer. Well,
Dead
um,
necromancer?
what, where did you encounter him?
It was, I don't think we showed him a map, so it was kind of towards
that
the
away?
south, the south middle. South
Middle-
central.
middle south.
Yeah, south central.
Yes,
South Central.
definitely South Central.
Yes, it was a noble's noble crypt.
Yeah, it was looking like he was trying to break into somewhere, or was going to try to break into somewhere.
Interesting. All right. Well, in that case, man, I was thinking it's gonna take us a while to find him. Might have to come back tomorrow night. So, but
Well, I mean, we don't know if there was any more than just one or not. I don't know, but this was the only one we could find.
all right. Well, he hands you all 100 gold. Each of you, each person, 100 gold.
Score.
My pencil.
And,
I'll go
And he's like,
Oh yeah, that's what
Ariel will remember this.
I hid it for myself.
like, well, good work. I guess at least I don't have to come out here and patrol this place anymore. So
Yeah, but I will now.
it's worth the money.
We can help you out any other way, let us know. Bye.
Yeah.
He's like,
yeah.
yeah, well,
and if
you
they
know.
find another one or something else, let me know. I'll come back out.
I would hope not. This place better not be teeming with necromancers.
Well, I mean, it could be. I think there might be more than one in there. I mean, it's a.
Oh, you think
it's a
there's
graveyard.
more than one?
It's a graveyard. I mean,
Well, Well, just because it's graveyard doesn't mean it's... Well, look, if you think there's more than one, if there's evidence there's more than one, give me the money back. We're going to come back here tomorrow until the job's done.
I see
Or
no
we could
reason to
wait.
think that there's more than one.
I don't
Good
believe
night,
this.
sir.
I don't believe this.
Make a
more
deception
than
check.
Good day, sir.
I said good day.
I failed.
Right, he's like, no. Something's amiss here. Something's going on. What exactly did you find? Why is she saying there's evidence there might be more than one?
Well, we're all tired. We're all.
Make a deception check.
Okay.
It's not deception. You all probably are tired. Looks up around.
Well,
See?
20.
Practice
You know,
to
it was-
Somebody
deceive.
did thaumaturgy. I said good day!
I got a 5, man. We're
He's
all
like-
tired.
He's like, no. I don't want excuses. I want to know what you found. Are you really doing that?
Sure.
Okay. So Paul activates thaumaturgy again.
Oh,
and
my
eyes
Lord.
flare up. He's like,
Oh,
I said
Lord.
good day. He's like, what the hell? Necromancer!
I say that out loud.
Oh,
Necromancer!
Why?
Why are you cavorting with the necromancer then? Wait,
What are you doing?
he draws his sword. He's like, are you a necromancer?
No. I would
Make a
just like
deception
to
check.
be left alone. It's been a very
Make a
long
Make a
night.
deception check.
And fail.
It's on.
It's a 14, so.
14.
Please tell me this dude's dumb.
I rolled a 2. He was like, alright, you guys keep giving me bullshit, and I don't appreciate it. So what's going on? I'm gonna need that gold back if we're not done with this job.
Okay, I'm gonna try to pull up and say, you know, because you gave me such a hard time when I got here, I figured I'd just give you a little hard
Make a
time.
deception
too.
check.
Sorry. 16 plus 3, so 19.
Sort of eyes you for a second, like,
It's just a little playful joke. Don't you get jokes out here in the graveyard?
closes his hand, slowly sheaths his sword.
I
He's like,
guess you don't have a sense of humor, sorry.
he's like, sort of looks at all of you and he's just like, whatever. And he just turns around and walks off.
I walk away.
Yep.
Oh my god.
I take my net back and I walk away. Just leave the body
Take my
there.
ball.
Right there.
I don't fucking want the body.
Yeah, I mean,
If he doesn't want it, it's fucking. Let the
Okay.
guard take care of the body.
We can't.
we need drink.
It's like we can't
Okay.
just leave it here.
I don't give a shit. I'm leaving it right there.
Take it to the graveyard. Fuck, where the graveyard? Where we would take it to?
Hang on a second.
Are you really throwing it in the grave? Okay, I was like,
I mean, at this point, why not?
No.
I'm walking away.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
walk away.
We walk.
Everybody,
pace.
everybody
So we're
walk
just gonna
away.
leave this body in the
Just
middle of the
walk
street?
away.
No,
That's
not
not
my
our
problem.
What are
problem
we gonna do about the
anymore.
I didn't kill
Yeah,
it.
I'm not leaving it here in the middle of the.
I didn't kill it. I didn't pick it up. I didn't care who
We
it
just
was.
need to leave it somewhere, like not here. Like make it look like it. Someone. I don't know.
I mean, this dude was a city guard, city watch.
Emerald Enclave.
no, he's
Yeah,
ever
I'm okay. I mean, I hesitate to go take it over, drop it on their doorstep because they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Don't you do that?
Oh, says the person who
That's my right.
Well, then you take the body.
What am I? I'll just give it to her. Okay, well, you're your best friend. You live here anyways.
I have no use for this.
We've gone from you're a fucking necromancer. Have a body. Parts is parts.
How did this happen so quickly?
Oh my god.
Oh, how the tides have turned.
Okay, we just need to prop it up against the grave of the movie, but
That's fine by me. Just
Yeah,
pop it
just
in the
fucking, just leave it.
alright, so with Yarcel, we
I
prop
don't
it up
know what is
against
going
the
on
body up against the
anymore.
grave. Random grave. Don't care what.
I just got back. I don't know what.
Oh my god.
I want it out of the view of the entrance. Like you have to walk in and actually see this thing. Like
Okay.
Rub it up against a dead tree. I don't know.
Alright, so, alright. After you do that, you guys.
I'm getting on a cart and I'm going to the yawning portal. And I'm making myself, like, if anybody's like, where was TK421 last night? He was at the yawning portal.
So instead of being your normal quiet in the corner itself at the yawning portal.
I'm making a show of myself. Everyone's going to know that TK was there.
That's not difficult.
Yeah.
Even when you're being quiet in a corner, most people notice you, so it's not hard. Alright, what's everybody else doing?
fuck me. Yara, let's go get a drink.
Nope. Fine.
Late night rides cost a little bit more than normal.
Am I
it's
not-
not-
Of course, Uber.
We have the money for it, trust me.
About 2 silver for your ride to the yawning portal.
No
Have I
problem.
Do you
been
know how
seen in
much we
town?
need
Like,
for the
people,
tavern?
do people
We
know
don't.
me at
No,
all in town?
we have enough
Or
money
I'm
for
not
anything
just
we're
kind
trying
of-
to do
Yeah,
tonight.
I mean, nobody knows that you're an. I mean, maybe some people know because of your holy symbol that you have dealings with death and things like that, but nobody necessarily knows that you're a necromancer
But
specifically.
but for me to be seen in town would not be
No, I mean,
weird.
yeah, no, I mean, you live in town.
Okay.
You go shopping and things like that. It's just most of the money that you have you steal
Great.
from graves. But like, it's not weird to see you.
You're a grave robber. Hamburger.
Yeah.
You can remember TK, you smell.
Let's go to the yawning portal.
So is everybody going to the yachting portal at 1 o'clock tonight?
I mean, why not?
Bar's not closed. Let's go.
Alright. You
More-
get there.
It's the more popular establishment, so why not?
It is. You guys, I guess you all go. Okay. It's late. It's not quite as packed as it is at other times you've been there. By the time you get there, it's
This is like a festival.
1:30.
Not yet.
Is Deval Star Song there?
Yeah, I look
Make a
for
perception check.
I look for
Or
Bonnie.
make a perception. It's fine.
14.
You do not see him. He's nowhere around. Are you going to inquire about him?
No.
Okay.
I will not.
Smart.
Yeah.
I look for Bonnie.
Yeah, she's there.
Okay.
She smiles at you, recognizes you. Hey, Silas.
Bonnie.
Oh, just ask her out already.
Whatever. This lady. The hardest. Whatever the hardest thing you have, like. For me and Yar here.
She sort of looks at you like, with a smirk. She's like, "Honey, I don't think you can handle the hardest thing I have."
Oh my god.
That's his
Wait,
line.
she trans?
It's
Is this a man?
it's been that kind of night.
I mean, probably more spells exist. I'm just saying.
And she laughs and sort of she's like, "I'll take care of you," and she goes off behind the bar.
I'm having a drink with Leaf.
Okay.
Is Marlon?
So you're back. You went back to the tavern. You went back to the
I
Troll
don't
Skull.
know what you guys have been having me do while I was down
You've basically been walking around behind everybody, mostly staying quiet, and as all the ridiculousness has been going on of this, you've mostly been looking at everybody and just been like, "I told you that we should have just told the city yard about this shit. Like, just let them handle this. This is ridiculous. We should have let the city watch handle this."
Then fine, I'll just hang out with them.
Yeah, in retrospect, dead bodies. Yeah, maybe we should have.
So,
But then you never met me.
Yeah.
Fair.
so
Drink.
yeah, everybody drinks.
And
The place isn't open for a whole lot longer.
Is 3 strings there?
Huh?
3 strings?
3 Strings is there.
Okay.
3 strings is always.
3 Strings is largely always there.
Never leave.
He is a bard.
Very
Not a very
suspicious.
I have a request.
No, you don't.
Some Gregorian chants. No, I'm just kidding.
He's
He'll find a way to
he
screw
will
that up.
butcher whatever your request.
Yeah.
is.
Three strings is not a great bard.
Oh.
Let me put it like this: his lute's supposed to have 6 strings on it.
Yeah, there's a reason why they call them 3 strings.
Yep. That's true.
It's not for both 2 strings.
Nope.
I'm going to go ahead and just, since I haven't been here, kind of give an idea of what Sylvia's reaction to her is. Though not trusting and suspicious, she seems overly cool with you.
All right.
Like she's okay with you being here, but she will be keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, there you go, girl.
It's fair.
So yeah, you guys drink. The bar's not open for a whole lot longer. You're only able to be there for about another hour before they start closing up shop. Decide how much you want to spend and how drunk you want to get.
Just the wine.
Bonnie brings you a dwarven ale, like a strong dwarven ale. It's been aged in whiskey barrels, and it's thick and dark, and like just the smell. You can smell the alcohol coming off of it. It's potent. It's not something you are going to. It's a sipping beer. You're not going to throw that thing back real fast.
Did we get to keep
I asked her how much.
gold pieces, or did he actually pick them back?
No, you got to keep them.
Okay.
I asked how much.
It'll be a gold 50. Well,
Okay.
1.5 gold. So yeah, 1.5 a gold and 5 silver, or a gold and 50 copper, or whatever.
Okay.
You want to do.
Make it
Okay,
a nice
well, I guess
even 4, 5.
Just once this closes up, I'll get back home.
Sylvia doesn't want to pass out or anything. She just wants to kind of numb a little bit.
Okay. I mean, ale itself is like just standard ale is pretty cheap. It's only a handful of copper a drink. So if you're not trying to get drunk, you probably aren't going to spend more than maybe 3 or 4 silver. At most. Standard ale is also fairly low ABV.
I don't know what that means.
Alcohol by volume, so it's not going to get you drunk real fast.
You better not know, young lady.
So yeah, you can have quite a few over the hour and probably be okay. Maybe a little buzz, but nothing too bad.
I'm gonna drink enough to
She
do
just-
1 gold piece.
She just
Well, if you're
wants.
drinking well, that's pretty easy. If you decide to drink, well, you drink something like what Silas is having, which is more than a gold in 1 drink, or
So
some
I'm gonna
elven.
drink like 3 of those, and I'm gonna spend 45,
Holy fuck.
No, that would
4.5.
yeah. 3 of those would be 4.5 gold.
Alright, well,
making
yeah, I don't
contracts.
care.
Jesus.
Yeah, you need to make a con check. Go ahead and make a
Cool.
constitution check.
So,
When three
Yeah,
strings,
19 standard.
when
or
3 strings
base.
is done
So,
for the night,
okay.
starting to pack up,
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk over to him
I can hold my liquor.
and quietly I'm gonna be like, "So who do you work for?"
Who does number 2 work for?
Who are you talking to?
3 strings.
He sort of looks at you. Make a charisma.
Oh boy!
You could try to intimidate
quick,
him.
give him guidance.
Hey, 7. No, that's a 9. I thought it was an 18.
Oh.
Or it's a 10.
A bonus to
No, I have
intimidation.
He's
no,
like,
no.
what the fuck, TJ?
I feel like I should have a bonus to intimidation, but I do not.
Well, are you trying to intimidate, or are you trying to?
I'm
No.
just asking.
He sort of looks at you and he sort of laughs. He's like, well, mostly. What's the barkeep's name?
Durham.
Yeah, he's like, mostly Durham is who I work for.
No, I've noticed that you observe everything that happens in here.
Oh, well, I like people watching. It helps, I'm a bard, it helps me come up with stories, and I listen to what people say, and things like that.
And who do you tell about all the things that you see?
Oh, you guys! My audience!
How do you do that?
Yeah.
I want to learn that sound.
I mean, like,
I'll teach you.
I'm just curious. You know, like,
Do you, one of you I remember joined the Harpers, didn't you?
Harper
Is that
Valley
you?
PTA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was you.
it wasn't me.
I didn't write it down, but I remember.
Oh no, it was
funny,
Ben.
it
It was Ben.
Was it was
Oh.
it the horse or was it something else?
The Harpers were the ones
I
that.
think that was Ben.
I can't
that
remember. I
was
can't
the
remember if you
theater.
joined or you just tagged along.
I feel like it was the theater.
Yeah,
that was your thing.
the horse
Because I
was.
was assigned to find the horse.
Okay, then
Okay,
Okay, so
horse
yeah,
was the
maybe you did
Harpers.
join.
Okay.
So it was you.
Yeah, I think it was me. Yeah.
And they had given you a pin. If you remember, they had given you a
Oh,
pin.
yes, a
that had
pin. I remember Harper
the,
pin now.
the Harper symbol.
It subtly appears on.
Um, so he started talking to you, and then he looks over and he sees Yar, and Yar has this little pin on, and he notices it, and he sort of looks at you, and he's like, "Well, since you seem to be friends with us as well, I work for the Harpers."
Ah. That makes sense with the.
Keep the strings on the harp.
Well, it's
And also
It's
explains
a-
why he
but
sucks
yes,
so
yes.
much.
Huh?
Also plays why he sucks so bad at playing. I don't say that out loud. Don't laugh.
Good.
That satisfied my curiosity.
He's like, "This place is full of interesting people that the Harpers like to keep an eye on." So.
Wink,
so
wink,
you
nudge,
know.
nudge. Okay.
I'm just drinking. If you notice my pin, I'm like, unless I got called about it, I'm like, drinking.
Is there a secret handshake?
Not that
I
you would
don't
know
think
yet.
so.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten that level of Harper yet.
Yeah. It's force field of slaps. That's yeah. So yeah, Durham's like, "All right, everybody, finish your drinks, close up your tabs. I want to go to bed."
All right, cool.
Get
Thank
away.
you
That's
much.
why we're drinking.
You right there, buddy?
So yeah, you guys wrap things up. I assume everyone's going back to Troll Skull Alley
Oh
afterwards.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll be like 3 streams. Did Star Song get arrested?
Oh yeah, yeah. They came busting in here, made a real commotion. Him and his buddies that were up there.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, he made it pretty obvious, who he was working for, and well, after the whole situation at the Growlhund estate, those aren't safe anymore.
Thank you.
Good looking out.
Yep. Head back home.
That what you do.
So, after everybody's back at home, and we talk about what we found out about this crypt.
Where am I going? Where do I stay?
You tell me. Where are you going? Are you following them?
To the island of misfit toys.
No, but
It's
like,
obvious.
seriously, where do I sleep? Like, where do I have an actual house, or do I actually stay
You
in the
have-
city of the
so-
dead?
No, you have a small place that you stay in that was owned by the adventurers who brought you up to the surface. Who
That's
used
right.
to care for you.
Okay.
They've disappeared,
Yeah, so I just stay there.
and you just kind of squat there and live there. Most people don't question it because they're adventurers. They figure they'll be back eventually, but they've been gone much longer than you would expect them to be. You haven't heard anything from them, so you just, again, nobody questions why they've been gone, but you think that something happened to them in Undermountain.
But I have no real reason to follow them, unless it's to get more information about the orb and the necromancer.
Yeah.
Entirely up to you what you do.
I mean, you did just hear that this orb thing is apparently a key to great riches. That may interest you as somebody who's generally
Little bit.
struggling to stay afloat.
A little bit. But I'm not going to invite myself.
I mean, do we have a reason to invite you? And give
I
us
don't know.
money?
Do you? do you want to at least maybe find a way of contacting her if you need her services again?
Yeah, what's your phone number? What's your email?
3. My phone number is 3.
Oh, wait, I'm trying to run Bill here.
Sylvia will ask her if she has a place and if she needs somewhere to go for the time being.
I do live alone, and it does get quite lonesome sometimes. I do enjoy having company. And others to enjoy merriment.
I
Well,
imagine we'll be going to bed soon, but we
definitely
live
do own
over
a
in
tavern,
Skull
so
Manor if you ever want to.
if you want to
hang
come
out.
by and
What?
I do appreciate
Fighting strangers over our house?
shut up.
and the
It's a
hospital.
tavern.
I love this.
I may very well take you up on
I don't
that.
like her.
You don't even know me.
Exactly. That's why I don't trust you.
And how did
Fair
we all,
I've been nothing but good.
right? How did we all come together? We didn't know each other until a fucking
Touche.
troll.
Touche.
And if it wasn't for her, none of the shit that you fucking found out tonight would fucking happened.
That's truth.
You'd be standing around.
I'm
the
sorry,
mausoleum
but-
wondering how to get in the motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Kudos to her for taking the
Actually,
guards
no.
away.
Considering how things have gone in the recent weeks, you probably would have seen the city guard there and just been like, fuck it, and like walk off.
Most likely.
This is
And I would have just been sitting there going,
God damn it. Why does this keep happening?
so yeah.
Oh, okay, alright. Well, let's keep in touch. If we want to hang out, great. If not, we gotta figure out what we're doing.
Alright. She can come with us, but she can't stay in my room.
We all have our separate rooms, so I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Fine,
Alright.
whatever.
It is basically 10 o'clock.
It is, basically.
Yarp.
You
Yarp.
have a lead on where to go next in search of... You now know that you are on the hunt for what you assume to be the Stone of Golor, which is the key to the vault of
Great riches.
Neverember.
According to legend.
According to legend.
I know one of Silas's plans in the morning when he
We
wakes
still
up.
don't even
is
know what the vault
To go deliver his
You
report.
don't know where the vault is, but
If we know what
the key is a good
I'm just
yeah.
a spy movie.
good start.
It's always
You do know where that is potentially.
Yes.
You've now learned that at least on some level, apparently the cult of Asmodeus is involved. It's an interesting turn of
linked.
events.
Well, we're in possession of the orb now.
Yeah.
Somehow.
And they're
Windmill.
probably in some way associated with the Zentarum. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known where to go looking for the stone.
That's true. It doesn't harm or the persons who we thought had access to that Nimble I mean, he hit out at the Growlin estate. Held by the
Either the Growlins had the Nimblewright or the Zentarum did. And I'm more inclined to believe that the Zentarum did.
I am too, because it would have broken the Growlins out much quicker.
Yeah, like that would have gone down
To build
differently,
differently.
I think. I don't know.
It's possible.
Looks like the Nimmerite was taught some very sophisticated methods of carrying out instructions,
Yeah. Probably more than an average Nimble has.
because Nim originally built it, and if Nim is unique among Nimblerites, this thing was probably unique as well in terms of what it can do, how it interprets instructions.
Interesting, it doesn't seem to want to speak English or Common. When I did try to talk to it.
Well, Nim didn't
didn't wanna
speak
talk to
Common
you.
Or
either.
it didn't want to, but it didn't have a mouth either, I don't believe.
It does, but it's just sort of like a sculpted metal.
Yeah,
it doesn't
it's like a
doesn't
mask. It doesn't
open.
open up.
Yeah.
I mean, even the ones I've seen in the praise, and generally they
None
don't
of
really
them speak.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
none of them speak. They understand languages they cannot speak.
And Nim knew a sign language.
Right. Nim communicates with sign language to the
Yeah,
letter.
especially taught, but not every Nimmerite knows that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
And if he did.
Sort of by design.
He
You
did.
don't want your servants talking back to you.
Yeah.
He did
Oh,
teach
yeah.
this Nimblewright seemingly everything he knew, so it's possible they know that the Nimblewright knew the sign language.
Yes, sir.
Possible. It's dead. It's dead and broken now, though being worked on to be repaired. But
You're trying to salvage a hard drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Don't forget you have something being worked on by Valletta back at the temple as well.
Yep, that's right.
I'm going to look over at your. While you guys were at the temple, you didn't happen to ask how to use that weird thing that you got from the drow, did you?
I'll figure it out.
Stubborn men.
So yeah, we have a lead on the Stone of Golor. Once, if you manage to get your hands on it, where to go from there will be the next question, and exactly why the Zentarum and potentially a cult of Asmodeus has. I mean, other than obviously great wealth, but what do they need the wealth for? The Zentarum potentially are already a fairly wealthy organization.
But in the midst of a
there's a schism
with another
right
organization.
Yeah.
Money's going to be used eventually. No reason why.
Although it sounds like the Zentarum are getting rounded up across the city. So
The spotlight's being shined on them.
Yep. So yeah, next week I think most people we're gonna have enough people to play next week as well.
Yeah, I should be. I should be here.
We will probably. I'm assuming everybody will want to go to the windmill to go after the cult of Asmodeus.
And at some point,
we
Sal's
may or
going
may
to
not
turn
have
in
to
his
deal with
information about the
what's his name
bronze
in jail,
dragon
but
to the Black
We'll
Tower.
deal with it then.
Okay.
We can either do that in game or off to the side, out of game. But
What? I missed something.
It's okay.
Sorry. I was
Daydreaming.
So yeah.
Don't worry, I've missed a lot.
If anybody has been watching, thank you for tuning in. If you're watching in the future, thank you for watching.
Thanks for showing
Thanks for
up.
future people.
Don't forget that you can like and subscribe to us on YouTube, as well as use Twitch Prime if you have it. Connect an Amazon Prime account to Twitch, and you get one free subscription every month. We greatly appreciate if you decide to pick us to do that with. It helps us out. It allows us to pay for all the cool stuff that you see, the books, the minis, and terrain. This cool ass mech that Nate
Hang on,
made
he's
and
gotta change.
painted.
Change the camera back to that.
You could just lift it up and
Wait,
put
That-
it in
no
front of
camera.
your camera.
I swear
You'll
I
break it.
I will find a way to somehow put this in a D&D game.
That would be awesome.
It does not fit, but I don't care
The
because
Lord of
I'll
the
set
Lands
it up.
has a mech division.
That's right. TK will, somehow evolve into a battle mech.
It's his final form.
That's right.
Can you turn it slightly that way?
you have 5 seconds
This
to
way?
comply with Hall Pass.
That way, actually. There you go.
There we go. Now we
You
can
have
see
now
it.
percent Hall Pass.
Nate did an amazing job putting this
God,
together
yeah,
and painting
it's
it.
amazing.
It is.
Did you put decals on here, or is that?
Yeah, those decals.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's the puking dogs. They're a squadron at Oceana.
Oh,
Nice.
awesome.
That's badass.
It is.
So yeah. Anyways, so we appreciate any of that assistance. Of course, you're obviously, if you want to do more, you can feel free to also send us bits or share with your friends and whatnot, so you can tune in and watch us and the shenanigans.
And now you've learned the secret of Yar's real name.
That's right.
What was it again?
Yancey Antonio Roberts.
Nice.
But nobody calls me Yancey.
Nobody.
And hopefully we'll see you all next week. Thank you.
Was that supposed to,
What?
was that supposed to be like the bad guy?
No, this was Sylvia. This was Victoria's character that
Oh.
disappeared.
Well, now, yeah.
Hang on, let me see it.
I mean, it's just a model I was going to use for you, but I think it's a guy. But I don't care. Well, did it almost fall over?
Yeah.